Good afternoon, Keelan. Could you please start recording?
Recording in progress.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. This is the November 3rd, 2021 afternoon session of the Portland City Council. It's good to see everybody back. Under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference. And the city's made several avenues available to the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGov PDX, and www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and of course, channel 30. The council is taking, I forgot something. The public may provide written testimony to the council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. That's cctestimony, letter C, testimony@portlandoregon.gov. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and to promote physical distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires us to meet remotely by electronic communications. I want to thank you all for your continued patience, your flexibility, and your understanding as we manage through these challenging circumstances to conduct the city's business. And now we will hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Before I do, I would like to give the clerk an opportunity to call the roll, please.
Thank you. Maps?
Here.
Rubio?
Here.
Ryan?
Here.
Hardesty?
Here.
Wheeler?
Here.
To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov/auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony today should address the matter being considered. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals will have 2 minutes to testify today unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be
up before we get into this that there are a very large number of people who'd like to testify. We'd like to get through all the testimony today, so we will be limiting public testimony to 2 minutes each, which is the same amount the legislature gives. We often like to give 3 minutes if we can, but just given the number of people signed up, it's going to have to be 2 minutes. So I thank you all for your understanding on that in advance. Item 791, please, Keelan.
Amend Title 33 Planning and Zoning and Title 32 Signs and Related Regulations to revise and update regulations for historic resources.
Thank you. Colleagues, today we're holding a hearing on the Historic Resources Code project. It is often known as the HRCP for short. There's nothing in the city of Portland that doesn't have an acronym associated with it, this being no exception. Before we begin the presentations, I want to announce that I do not own property that is impacted by this project and therefore do not have any conflict of interest to declare, but I'd like to ask my fellow members of the council, do any of you wish to declare potential conflicts of interest? Please raise your hand if you need me to call on you. I'm not seeing anyone. This project is being brought to us by the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. So at this time, I'd like to invite Commissioner in charge, Carmen Rubio, to give us opening remarks. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mayor and colleagues. I'm proud to introduce the Historic Resources Code project to the City Council today. Council had an opportunity to learn about the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability's Historic Resources Program and these zoning code proposals at our October 19 work session. And as we learned from project staff, historic resource identification, designation, protection, and the reuse and reuse are all important part of our land use framework. I'm eager to hear public testimony on the code proposals, but first some well-deserved appreciations. I'd like to thank staff from the Bureaus of Planning and Sustainability and Development Services for an impressive amount of work and public outreach over the last few years. I'd also like to thank the Planning and Sustainability Commission for holding hearings and making amendments to this proposal prior to making their unanimous recommendation to us. And also thank you to the Historic Landmarks Commission for providing advice at each stage of the project's development. And finally, thank you to everyone whom has reached out to all of our council offices, those who've already submitted written testimony, and those whom will testify today. We are all very eager to hear from you and how you think this proposal might be strengthened. So now I will turn it over to Brandon Spencer Hartle from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability to present the recommendation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Brandon Spencer Hartle of the City of Portland's Historic Resources Program Manager and the project manager for this project. Thank you for having us back. We were here, as Commissioner Rubio said, about 2 weeks ago to give Council an opportunity to learn a little more about the Historic Resource Program and these code amendments specifically. I would like to provide a high-level overview for Council offices and especially those in attendance today. And so if it would be okay to share my screen, I would love to do that momentarily here. For the council clerk, would it be okay to share my screen?
Keelan,
Yeah.
are you working on that?
Yeah, sorry, Brandon, you should have the necessary permissions. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Keelan. So we're here today for the first hearing of the recommended draft Historic Resources Code project. Just a quick background for those in attendance today. There are several reasons why these code amendments are coming to council now. First, in January of 2017, the State Land Conservation and Development Commission amended the state administrative rules that govern local and county historic preservation programs. Those changes in state admin rules do mandate that we make amendments to our zoning code. The current zoning code automatically applies the highest level of design and demolition protections to properties and districts listed in the National Register. We've seen in recent years considerable public interest in having a greater public conversation before strong protections are applied to large areas that are designated as districts. As staff and across the community and our communities that tell diverse stories about the city's history, the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability recognizes that diverse histories are currently underrepresented and in some cases all but excluded from the citywide historic resource inventory. Additionally, existing regulations, primarily those concerning design alterations and detached accessory structures, have been found by both staff, applicants, and the public at large to be excessive in some cases related to minor changes. And last, but certainly not least, in this sort of overall context of land use and zoning, we recognize that adaptive reuse flexibility, providing historic resources the opportunity to adapt to new and creative uses, is a necessary ingredient to support our housing, seismic, public safety, and energy improvement goals of the city. Just a quick refresh on the public engagement process. We're here with the recommended draft. This is the last public draft of the document after a 3.5-year process that included a concept development period in 2018. During that period, we held outreach events in each quadrant of the city and held an online survey that was open for a number of months. In 2019, the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability published an initial discussion draft of potential code amendments. We held outreach events across the city and again held an online survey for public interested members of the public. And then in the fall of 2020, the proposed draft was published and a hearing was held before the Planning and Sustainability Commission. Chair of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, Eli Spivak, will join us in a few minutes to talk about the Planning and Sustainability Commission's consideration of that testimony and their recommendation to you today. And then in May 2021, after consideration of that earlier testimony, our Planning and Sustainability Commission unanimously recommended adoption of the HRCP amendments to the City Council. The recommended draft has been available for public review since June, and the window for written testimony has also been open since that time. And I should say importantly that mailed notice has been sent to all historic resources that would be affected by these code amendments. As we discussed at the work session 2 weeks ago, there are 5 primary themes of these code amendments. Each of the 5 themes contains a number of proposals, and those proposals are backed by specific changes to the zoning code. The themes include the types of historic resources that we identify on the historic resources inventory, the local process to designate, change, or remove landmarks and districts, how historic resources are protected, primarily concerning design and demolition regulations, opportunities for adaptive reuse and the continued use of buildings and places, and then finally, how the code is administered for the benefit of applicants, city staff, and the public. I did want to make mention of a few things in advance of today's hearing. There is a lot of testimony, which I think will be great for us to hear, but I did want to provide a few pieces of background based upon what we've seen in the written testimony. For the benefit of council and those testifying, there's no proposal today to designate or remove any designations of landmarks or districts. No new districts proposed and no districts proposed for removal. These code amendments do not change the federal criteria or process for listing in the National Register of Historic Places, but these code amendments do propose is changing the automatic regulation that comes with that National Register listing, reducing that automatic protection to demolition review, and applying new criteria to be considered in those demolition reviews. The changes don't change the existing local designation process for landmarks and districts, but they do make some refinements that include a joint hearing between the Planning and Sustainability Commission and the Landmarks Commission whenever a new local district is proposed for designation or removal. And one thing you'll hear about maybe a lot today is opportunities for future work. Bureau of Planning and Sustainability has not scoped or budgeted for that future work, but there will be a number of testifiers today who will talk about exciting opportunities, innovative ideas, and ways in which these code amendments can be used, not just for the benefit of reusing and adapting historic resources, but specifically for those communities who have not been the beneficiaries of historic preservation in the past, how these code amendments may inform and support future work. All written testimony has been added to the MAP app. And so both for the benefit of council and testifiers today, if you're interested in the written testimony, that's available online through the MAP app. And then the last thing I'll say on this slide, as you'll hear today and you'll see in the written testimony, a significant amount of research, concern, and thought has gone into testimony today. And frankly, as someone who gets into the weeds of historic resource issues, I'm thrilled to see so much interest and so much thought that goes into these code amendments. So today is a public hearing. The written record, if testimony concludes today, the written record will also ask council to close the written record. On or around December 1st, any amendment requests that come from council offices will be published to the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability website in advance of a potential December 15th hearing on those amendments. Provided that schedule holds, we'll be looking to a January 19th first reading of a revised recommended draft, and then a January 26th second and final reading that paves the way for a March 1st code effective date. So with that, I will stop my presentation and turn it over to Chair of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, Eli Spivak, who will represent the formal recommendation to City Council on this topic.
Thank you, Brandon, and thanks for the wonderful staff support on this project. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and City Council. I'm Eli Spivak, Chair of the Planning and Sustainability Commission. The city we now call Portland hosts an enormous range of potent and grounding stories, arising from generations of people who have called this place home. Historic preservation through zoning can help hold and illuminate these stories for the benefit of current and future residents. Technically, of course, many of the rules for historic buildings found in this code package can be achieved independent from zoning. There's nothing stopping a property owner or group of owners from recording private agreements like covenants or easements to ensure that key features of historic importance are preserved over time. This is common practice with museums and period restorations. But applying the power of zoning to historic preservation, as this code project continues, protects resources to an extent that's unlikely to happen through solely private agreements. Oftentimes, these protections are balanced by incentives for adaptive reuse that improve a building's financial viability. And admittedly, some restrictions extend to properties where the private owner might not have signed up for them had they the choice. The Historic Resources Code project does all these things. But wielding the power of zoning for historic preservation also creates responsibility. We must ensure that the stories elevated and resources protected reflect the wide range of histories found in our city, not just a few. The processes by which rules are adopted to protect resources should be local and democratic, with opportunities for public input like we're doing right here today. And they should be guided by clear evaluation criteria, informed by experts in architectural heritage, equity and racial diversity, and city comp plan goals. This project does all these things too. Specifically, the HRCP establishes a clear hierarchy of resource types, allowing the city to designate an appropriate level of protection for each landmark or district from a tiered menu of choices. It further increases flexibility for alterations in residential areas by exempting some solar energy installations, electric vehicle charging outlets, window replacements, and new detached accessory structures from design protections. Together, these changes balance the protection of historic resources with other community goals. It revises the rules for protecting landmarks and districts by eliminating and streamlining the review of some minor exterior alterations. And it requires a joint hearing between the PSC and HLC whenever a new historic or conservation district is proposed for designation or amendment, and it prioritizes historically excluded communities in the approval criteria. The PSC would make a formal recommendation informed by the HLC to City Council, who would serve as the ultimate decision maker. And note, as Brandon mentioned, federally protected resources will still receive demolition review as required by state law, but additional protections will be established at the local level through review by the HLC, PSC, and City Council. It maintains the Historic Landmark Commission's flexibility and authority in the review of projects that come before it, including reviewing additions and related new construction against adopted compatibility criteria. And collectively, these changes will allow Portland's inventory of historic resources to tell more diverse stories, adapt to changing community needs, and still be protected for future generations. To arrive at these recommendations, we hosted 2 virtual public hearings in fall of 2020. 70 individuals provided verbal testimony, and we received 278 pieces of written testimony. Then the PSC held 7 work sessions. Chair Kristen Miner of the Historic Landmarks Commission joined all of them to help us understand historic resource issues and workshop amendments. In addition, 3 members of each commission met 4 times with project staff support to go into greater detail on some of the amendments. We greatly appreciate Chair Miner and the HLC for their work on this project from beginning to end. We couldn't have done it without them, and the recommended draft is markedly better thanks to their involvement and to the wealth of public testimony we received. Ultimately, the PSC voted unanimously to recommend this package to Council. But we hope things won't stop here. I'll leave you with a couple suggestions for how to use this new code to the benefit of all Portlanders. First, conduct a citywide cultural resource plan prioritizing and empowering communities whose stories are absent from the existing inventory. And second, selectively refine the zoning map to ensure allowances for heights of new buildings are neither too aggressive nor too conservative in historic districts. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to listening along with you to this afternoon's testimony.
And Mayor, Commissioners, that'll conclude the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability and PSC recommendations.
All right, very good. And Commissioner Rubio, is there invited testimony before we get to public testimony?
I am checking with staff. Brandon, are there?
Mayor Wheeler, there is at least one, and that would be Kristen Miner, Chair of the Historic Landmarks Commission, and I believe we were offering Chair Miner 3 minutes.
All right, Chair Miner, are you with us today? I'm sure you are. I'd be shocked if you were not. There she is. And you're still muted, Kristen, if you could unmute. There you are.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. I'm Kristen Miner, speaking for the Portland Landmarks Commission. In my time allotted, I want to touch on 3 topics. First, why this package of code amendments should be adopted, what we ask of City Council, and why these next steps are so critical. The Historic Resources Code represents so much work and time spent by BPS, BDS, members of the public, and 2 commissions. The Landmarks Commission supports the proposed code with technical amendments proposed by the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. We support it for all of the reasons we outlined in our letter, but especially because it creates an alternative to the National Register standards. It's important for City Council to understand that our support for the code package overall doesn't mean that we are thrilled with every line of it. We reached compromises on more than a few provisions, but we also found more common ground than we thought possible between our two commissions. The Planning Commission and City Council have already made huge strides in equity over the last 5 or so years by doing the work to allow more density and more uses across the city, especially in residential zones. These changes were supported by our commission in historic and conservation districts too. Now we need policies and programs that lead to better and more efficient uses for what we have already. Demolition and replacement often directly fuel gentrification and displacement, but climate suffers as well. Instead, we need policies and programs that push for energy retrofits and adaptive reuse. Increasingly, adaptive reuse applies to the neighborhood scale as well as to individual buildings, which is why we supported the flexibility to let go of some of the structures meant to only hold cars and to allow for solar panels in districts. Finally, we need policies and programs that will identify or designate places important to minority communities in Portland. This work can only happen if City Council authorizes a cultural resources plan for Portland, putting in place a process of outreach with a yearly budget allotment.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Comprehensive Plan Policy 4.53 Preservation Equity says, expand historic resources inventories, regulations, and programs to encourage historic preservation in areas and in communities that have not benefited from past historic preservation efforts. I'll conclude with a quick reminder that as a certified local government, the state assesses our city historic land use processes to make sure we don't fall below a certain minimum threshold of protections and public decision-making around historic resources. This code gets at many things the Landmarks Commission has been asking the City Council for, and we ask for your support. We also ask for your support of a cultural resources plan to tackle preservation equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. We appreciate it. Thanks for your leadership in the community. We will, so that completes invited testimony, I believe, and somebody will correct me if that turns out to be wrong. With that, we will now move on to public testimony. Keelan, how many people do we have signed up currently?
We have, it looks like 99 people on the call right now, but we have more signed up, so we'll probably see others joining.
Good, because we can't just fall one short of 100. That just doesn't seem right. We'd have to recruit somebody to fill that last slot. So we will move on to public testimony. Each person will have 2 minutes to testify. We have a lot of people, as you know, signed up to testify today, and we're eager to hear everyone. I'll ask that you've heard your point already made by another testifier. Please don't feel the need to necessarily repeat it word for word. You can just say, I support the idea around fill in the blank. Also, if you're part of a group testifying together, we'd appreciate you keeping your points short as possible and possibly having somebody speak on behalf of the group. But at the end of the day, this is your microphone, this is your time, and you can use your 2 minutes however you would like to use it. With that, Keelan, please take over from here on public testimony.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll call 3 at a time. First up, we have Mary Vogel, Mac Cunningham, and Jennifer Shook.
So I'm Mary Vogel, but I would like to ask if before you start the timer, I could explain how I happen to be first. Is that okay?
Mary, I actually wanted to know the answer to that question. So
Yeah.
I'd be happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. I remembered at City Hall, you used to always call for the people who were disabled or with small children to testify first. And I thought, in the past, the most of the people testifying did not use good best practices for Zoom, and the closed captioning was terrible. It's so much better today, but it was horrible. And so I couldn't get through a whole meeting because I was exhausted before they got to me. So anyway, that's why I asked to go toward the front of the line. I didn't want to be first, but in any case, that's how I happened to be here.
Thank you, Mary, and we appreciate you being here as always. And Keelan, as the clerk, I want to thank you for your thoughtfulness as well.
Okay. So anyhow, all right. Now, in timing, I'm Mary Vogel, and I'm here with my small business, Plan Green, in downtown Portland. We support the HRCP and the amendments that will be explained by Portland Neighbors Welcome and by Housing Oregon. But we're not here to talk about that because there are people much better qualified for that. Instead, I'm here to ask about concerned about those concerned about historic resources might all agree on, and that's adaptive reuse. The city and all interested parties will need to work with the state to assure common items in the Oregon State Building Code, such as fire sprinklers, window openings, insulation, sound transmission, elevators, and gray water are changed. The Portland City Code also makes it difficult to convert large single-family homes for group living as well. Since I last addressed this in the residential info project, I understand that only the change from commercial to residential has been made in the state code, but it has not been put into Portland's code. After the HRCP with amendments passes, I hope that our preservationist friends would join with Portland Small Developer Alliance, Portland Neighbors Welcome, and Housing Oregon and others to push Bureau of Planning and Sustainability to make it a first priority to work with the Bureau of Development Services and the state on building code changes to make adaptive reuse more probable. Otherwise, we lose in talking about this at all. So yes, I just hope that you will take into consideration adaptive reuse, because it is what will make the code implementable. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mac Cunningham.
Hello there. My name is Mac Cunningham, and I'm an affordable housing developer at Catholic Charities of Oregon. Today, I am testifying on behalf of Housing Oregon's Portland Metro Policy Council. Housing Oregon's Policy Council is made up of a diverse set of affordable housing organizations. We are largely supportive of the HRCP recommended draft, with suggestions described in our submitted testimony of how HRCP can better support affordable housing. Specifically, we recommend an amendment to allow all affordable housing, defined as 100% of units up to 60% AMI, to utilize a Type 2 review process, and importantly, be entitled to full height and FAR of the base zone. The affordable housing process is markedly different from and less flexible than that of market development. Decreases in review time and removing risk of high impact, costly changes, which could derail a project late in the review process helps public dollars go further and opens the door for providing affordable housing where it previously been considered too risky or infeasible, all while providing thoughtfully designed additions to historic areas and increasing opportunities for adaptive reuse of historic buildings. However, to ensure that HRCP is as effective as possible to aid the development of affordable housing, we support funding future work to update design guidelines in historic districts. Unless that occurs, unnecessary ambiguity and uncertainty will remain in the process. We also support future funding for an update of the historic resource inventory with additional consideration presented by Portland Neighbors Welcome for a study to both protect places that reflect marginalized communities and removal of historic resources from overrepresented communities. Thank you to all staff and commission members who are involved for their thoughtful recommended changes. And thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you all.
Next up, we have Jennifer Shook.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Shook, a Concordia neighborhood resident and a volunteer with Portland Neighbors Welcome. I want to thank the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability for all their hard work on the Historic Resources Code project. It is a much needed initiative that will give the city more control over historic preservation in Portland. However, I believe that more robust protections are needed to ensure that historic designation can no longer be used as an exclusionary tool by wealthy neighborhoods to bolster property values and hamper development. Portland Neighbors Welcome's amendments and funding requests would first explicitly give council the ability to consider past racial exclusion as a criterion for resizing, demoting, or removing a district's historic or conservation status. Second, help developers, especially affordable housing developers, secure financing for new housing projects by limiting uncertainty in the approval process. Third, expand the idea of the city's built history to include sites important to a wide array of marginalized groups rather than just the craftsman bungalows of the wealthy. And finally, give the council more control over demolition in national registered districts. You may hear today that historic districts currently make up a small fraction of residential land in the city. But in reality, many of these districts are in the city's most high opportunity, transit-rich, walkable neighborhoods. The Eastmoreland Neighborhood Association has explicitly stated that it is seeking National Register designation in order to prevent new development. Other wealthy neighborhoods will surely follow the leads of Irvington, Laurelhurst, and Eastmoreland in using historic preservation as a new form of redlining. What a city chooses to protect is a statement of its values. I believe we can protect the landmarks that are meaningful to the city's history without building a new legacy of exclusion. I urge the city to pass the HRCP with the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. Thank you.
Next up, we have Luke Norman, Doug Klotz, and Johan Hannesson.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Luke Norman, and while I'm a volunteer with Portland Neighbors Welcome, I'm here today as an Irvington resident. Soon you'll hear from many of my neighbors who will tell you the most important thing for our neighborhood is preserving our buildings. And I agree that Irvington is a special place to live, where students can walk to school, parents can bike to work, and everyone can take the bus to the grocery store. But what allows my wife and I to live in our neighborhood are the affordable rents in our two-story apartment building. While our building likely won't be featured on any of the neighborhood home tours, it does provide a home to my neighbors, retirees and students, families and workers, Asian and Black, Latinx and white. So I believe the most important thing you can do for our neighborhood is to help build more homes for people like my neighbors. Today, that means passing the Historic Resources Code project with the Housing Oregon and Portland Neighbors Welcome amendments. Together, these amendments ensure that the gentle density in apartment buildings that were legalized by council can be built in neighborhoods like mine. This means that Irvington's easy access to schools, jobs, and shopping will continue to be affordable, both to my neighbors across the street who own Century Homes and my neighbors next door who rent 2-bedroom apartments. Thank you.
Next up, we have Doug Klotz.
Morning, afternoon. Mayor Wheeler and council members. My name is Doug Klotz. I volunteer for Portland Neighbors Welcome, and I support the Historic Resource Code project with the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. You may hear testimony from others today that Historic Landmarks Commission must retain a primary role in historic district review and recommendations. In fact, the HLC indeed has a major role. As Eli Spivak explained, a public hearing with the Planning and Sustainability Commission and the Historic Landmarks Commission is required before the Planning and Sustainability Commission recommends action on the designation or removal of historic districts. Assigning the PSC the final recommendation is consistent with the PSC's role in overseeing the 2035 Comprehensive Plan, the Climate Action Plan, and the Zoning Code, and their charge to advise council on housing, climate change, equity, and other policies. Historic and conservation districts have major equity, land use, and transportation and climate change implications for our city. An historic district can act to further inequity by preventing new housing that is affordable at 60 MFI or even anything less than 150 MFI. It can lock in place low-density single-family land use patterns, thwarting efforts to increase housing within a half-mile of transit, efforts to reduce carbon emissions, and efforts to build a walkable city. And the HLC has a built-in bias by code, which says all members must have a demonstrated interest, competence, or knowledge of historic preservation. So these are not the folks to ask to balance the priorities. Therefore, it's entirely appropriate that the recommendation to council be made by the Planning and Sustainability Commission, who has been charged with all citywide issues and will weigh all the factors and make a recommendation to council, balancing the need for a district with all the comprehensive plan goals of our city, including historic preservation. Thank you.
Next up is Johan Hannesson.
Can I get a thumbs up if you can hear me? Excellent. Mayor Wheeler, commissioners, my name is Johan Hannesson. I'm a volunteer and lobbyist for Portland Neighbors Welcome, and I'm testifying today on its behalf. We are a grassroots, pro-housing, pro-tenant organization dedicated to ensuring that all Portlanders can find and keep safe, stable, and affordable homes. The Historic Resources Code project takes vital steps towards making our historic resources and districts more democratic, more equitable, and greater contributors to our housing goals. However, there are gaps in these changes that risk keeping some historic protections as a tool for economic exclusion and preventing some of our highest opportunity neighborhoods from contributing to our housing and equity goals. That is why we're asking you to pass the HRCP with 4 amendments and fully fund future work in 2 key areas. Those amendments are: number 1, include a history of racial covenants as a reason for council to resize, demote, or remove a district's historic or conservation status. Histories of segregation and exclusion need to be addressed, not honored. Amendment number 2, mandate that historic resource review can only reduce a building's height, FAR, or envelope by 10%. This prevents informal downzonings, preserves the ability to sculpt the building while preserving certainty of what size building can be built. This certainty is especially important for financing affordable housing. Amendment number 3, change all historic resource type 3 reviews to type 2 staff reviews. This is both faster, less expensive, while preserving discretion of the Historic Landmarks Commission should a project be appealed. Number 4, expand approval criteria for demolition review in National Register districts to the maximum allowed by state law. National Register districts are fundamentally undemocratic and unaccountable to the city. To gain additional protections, a local process and standards should determine if a structure or district warrants it. To complement these amendments, we ask you to fully fund 2 studies. First, a study to reevaluate the appropriate size, protection, and zoning of existing districts, prioritizing reevaluation of districts built on a history of racial and economic exclusion. Second, a study to both protect places that reflect BIPOC and LGBTQ+ and other underrepresented communities, and remove resources from overrepresented communities. In combination, these changes will prevent past economic and racial exclusion from being rewarded with historic protections and help our historic resources represent the full spectrum of Portland's cultural past. We're excited to discuss how these amendments and those from our partners at Housing Oregon can promote these goals and create more abundant housing for Portlanders of all incomes. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sam Noble, Jared Morris, and M. Sean Green.
Can you guys hear me? Can I get some kind of reaction? Awesome. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Sam Noble. I am a Mount Tabor resident and sometimes volunteer with Portland Neighbors Welcome. I'm here today to support the work of the Historic Resources Code Project. I hope that you'll improve it via the amendment proposals from Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. I've submitted more detailed testimony in writing. When my daughter asks me for something and I tell her no, she's not allowed to go ask some other adult. When activists ask City Council for special treatment around land use policy, you can grant or deny it by weighing competing objectives. But when you decline, any activist who lives in an area with enough old buildings can go to the National Register of Historic Places. Then they get special treatment without any consideration of local policy. Just as I get upset with my daughter for going behind my back, this should infuriate you as the body in charge. You have the ability to discourage this behavior and the ability to diminish its effectiveness. Amend the legislation before you to expand the demolition criteria in National Register historic districts so that this designation ceases to be useful for discouraging new neighbors and new housing. In the proposal before you today, this means adding demolition approval criteria for sites likely to support more dwellings than currently exist. I would never tell my daughter that no actually means go ask someone else, and City Council shouldn't delegate its authority and responsibility either. Please reclaim local control over historic designation in Portland. Please also confirm that historic designation can't be considered in a vacuum by maintaining the Planning and Sustainability Commission's role as the body responsible for recommending historic and conservation districts to council. And I have about 15 seconds left. If anyone would like to stretch, now's a great time, or we can just move on. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jared Morris.
Good afternoon. Just quick sound check. Can you hear me all right? All right, great. To those who've literally said, burn it down, there are many inclusive ways we can add more affordable housing here in Irvington and other historic districts without demolishing the oldest homes. For example, adaptive reuse. Just as Portland added 6,000 housing units during the 1940s by allowing homes to be converted, we can do that again. Expanded ADUs. Irvington added 70 of them in 10 years and could add more and incentivize many more via standalones and conversions. Expanded density. 71 of Irvington's acres are occupied by non-contributing buildings, not subject to any demolition review. They can be redeveloped. And existing laws. The residential infill project means that a fourplex already can be built or created on any single family zoned lot in Irvington. And lastly, new incentives. HRCP removes all housing unit limits throughout historic districts. It's helpful to see how this works before increasing demolitions. To those who are using words like racist, please first know, Irvington for a time had covenants expiring 105 years ago that didn't allow Chinese to live here. That was wrong. And it was part of a larger ugly story of state and federal exclusion. What you may not know is that 70% of Irvington as you know it today was built either after that time or in areas that never had such restrictions. And redlining by banks and insurance companies impacted people of all races and incomes where it applied in Northeast Portland. Irvington residents worked hard to get it outlawed. To those adding amendments, the plan should make clear the financial subsidies that developers will need to build replacement housing that would meet any affordability criteria. Otherwise, the only housing added will be market rate, which defeats the stated aims. Notice the lot on Fremont that added a duplex with each unit now listed for $800,000. We can look to Laurelhurst for a shining example, adding to a historic building site more than 100 units of affordable housing because the city is giving $20 million in subsidies. And finally, to those who scheduled this hearing in the middle of a weekday afternoon when many are needing to work first or second shifts, please make time to review the written testimony, much of it from people who are offering inclusive solutions that don't involve demolitions. Thank you.
Next up, we have M. Sean Green.
Unmuted now. I'm Sean Green. I've lived in the same house in Irvington on the core west side, adjoining Elliott neighborhood for 23 years. I moved into this neighborhood because it was dense near the city center, economically and racially diverse, historic, and most important, affordable. This was an affordable place to live. I had been warned away from this neighborhood by well-meaning people who thought that it was unsafe for someone to live here. But I've enjoyed greatly living in this neighborhood, and I've enjoyed this diversity, both economic and racial. This neighborhood has long had not only single-family homes, but apartment complexes, townhomes, residential towers, public housing projects. It is not just a bunch of big, wealthy homes. I've been saddened to see that over time, there's been a considerable loss of this economic and racial diversity because of redevelopment of historic properties. The typical story is that a historic property will be demolished, and in its place will come a couple of townhomes, maybe 3, depending on the lot. Those townhomes are not affordable by any stretch of the imagination. I couldn't afford to buy one if I had to buy a new house now. That really tears apart the vital fabric of this neighborhood. I want to just mention quickly that adaptive reuse flexibility is a very nice phrase. I'm absolutely for that. I don't see how anybody could be against it, but it shouldn't be used as magic words to justify and enable inappropriate yet lucrative redevelopment. Preservation equity is more important than developer profits. That's the biggest concern that I have with the HRCP as proposed. Thank you.
Next up, we have Heather Flint Chato, Rich Robertson, and Kay Mosby.
May I share my screen?
Yes, Heather, you should have the ability to do that.
Thank you very much. Please let me know when you can see my screen. Is there anything I need to do?
We're not seeing it yet. There's a share screen button near the bottom.
And start video.
Heather, I think you're muted.
Are you unmuted?
We see you, but not your screen.
Okay. I share my screen now. Good.
Now it's working now.
Great. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, commissioners and mayor, for having this attention on the Historic Resources Code project. I really appreciate all of your work, and also want to compliment Brandon Spencer Hartle for all of his amazing work and all the participants in this process. I am a 20-year urban planner and environmental designer, and I work on major revitalization projects and support communities with local grassroots public engagement to develop tools and resources. One of the reasons I do this work is because I'm deeply concerned about our climate impacts. And buildings use nearly 40% of our energy, as this chart on the left shows. So when we tear them down, we are really having a significant impact to the already extracted embodied energy to gather the resources, refine the resources, transport them, and then do it all over again. So it's really a critical part of our climate strategy to be able to use the resources we have and then build above and fill in. Because buildings represent 90% of our first cost. So when you look at the chart on the right and you see how long it will take us to overcome the impact of those first costs, that yellow bar on the left, with our embodied carbon of our operations, it's going to take us a lot longer. So even if you have a building that is new, that is 30% more energy efficient, it still takes between 10 and 80 years to offset the carbon impact. So what we do right now in the next 10 years is going to be very critical. And how we reuse our buildings and provide the funding for adaptive reuse strategies is very critical. I also want to point out the economic impacts that much of our heritage tourism impacts our economic survival of our main streets, which are very much suffering right now. And so we have a large number of areas that are special in our city and that do not have any kind of protections. I'm going to flash these on the screen to show the items that we would like to support in terms of Landmarks Commission and they're retaining their role. But we do not support the extended criteria for demolition that is not consistent with Goal 5. It needs something more that reflects its carbon impact. And I would like to support a cultural resources master plan that also includes the low-rise vintage building study, because these are important areas that have already been mapped by the city that are not having any kind of protections. And they're already existing resources and maps. And we have supported these with many other special buildings lists and inventories that we've done as volunteers. I just want to close with an example of a building that is about to be demolished. The Portland Hostel on Hawthorne is one of those special places in our community that has been an important gathering place. And we don't have very many tools to be able to move that building, transform it, or turn it into some kind of other community center use right now. So these are losses that we feel that these are places we all share. So I hope that we will use more tools and the funding that you have to really support more underserved communities to conduct these inventories and provide the adaptive reuse tools, technical assistance, and low interest loans, fee waivers, et cetera. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Next up, we have Rich Robertson.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Rich Robertson. I'm a homeowner and a parent in the formerly Red Line section of Irvington, and I'm generally supportive of the many proposed changes. However, I have concern of some of the changes that might weaken protections and increase demolitions without requirements that the new construction meet the goals and increased density and affordability. I've witnessed countless demolitions in the adjacent unprotected neighborhood of Sabin. In nearly every case, the new home that was built was sold for more than double the demolished home. This phenomenon was recently studied in Chicago by MIT, and they found that similar measures to increase redevelopment had actually decreased affordability while having minimal impact on housing supply. Demolitions are an outright attack on affordability and target minority-owned properties. We don't tend to knock down the expensive houses. One of the other things I've observed is with the lack of protection and support, there's been rapid gentrification of the historically Black North and Northeast communities. While the Albina neighborhood was 50% Black in the 1980s, it's less than 20% today. Comparing the schools where my children went, we see that in 2009, Sabin Elementary School was 30% white, 45% Black, and 61% of students received free or reduced price meals. In just 10 years' time, Sabin has become 66% white, 15% Black, and less than 25% of students require financial assistance for meals. Over this same time period, Irvington's minority student population has remained unchanged at 47%. Historic neighborhoods foster strong, empowered, and diverse communities. I urge council to protect existing historic structures, expand historic protections for overlooked minority communities, and embrace big restorative justice opportunities such as the Albina Vision Project and the relocation and redevelopment of the Albina Rail Yard. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Kay Mosby. Okay, you're muted. Okay, down on the left corner, there should be a picture of a microphone.
It's down there.
There we go. We can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kay Mosby, and shortly after my husband Woody and I moved to Irvington, the neighborhood received its historic designation. We were pleased to know that our newly adopted city, like the East Coast we had just left, had an appreciation for preserving and protecting its history and celebrating its craftsmen and artisans. Irvington has had a strong history of providing affordable housing, which is apparent in the 2,200 multifamily units in the historic district. We have many examples of adaptive reuse, such as duplexes and triplexes carved out of original single-family houses. Recently, the addition of approximately 70 accessory dwelling units proved that Irvington continues to increase housing capacity. So we urge the City Council to consider incentivizing provisions for adaptive reuse of existing structures rather than demolition. About 40 years ago, the city was considering demolishing a part of Irvington to make way for industrial development. The residents responded by creating a home tour to bring attention and people to see the cohesive historic nature of the neighborhood. It worked up until the pandemic. That worked during the home tour. The Irvington Historic Home Tour has been an annual event attracting hundreds of volunteers and over 1,000 attendees from across the city, state, and even from Canada. The real draw to the home tour, however, is that the neighborhood is still intact, which today speaks to the importance of historic designation protections. It is this existing diversity of buildings and homes side by side on century tree-lined streets that give the neighborhood its consistent and cohesive character that would not be possible with scattered historic sites, not intact. So if you have not driven through Irvington, please visit and see what would be lost if developers are allowed to demolish structures. Thank you.
Next up, we have Elizabeth Deal, Daniel Hernandez, and Heidi Hart.
Hi, commissioners. Thank you for your time. And I want to say thank you to all the people who I just cut in line because I didn't know I could contact the clerk. I have 2 small children who are sleeping right now, so I am going to keep this very brief. I am a 3rd-generation Portlander. I come from a Chinese family who was redlined out of many neighborhoods in Portland. And I want to say I support HRCP. And I think that the majority of this work is great and much needed to increase equity in Portland. However, there's one thing I really want to urge council to not change, and that is that the Historic Resources Commission, they should be the leader or at least give an equal footing as the PSC when it comes to determining what's actually historic and what actually deserves protections. I don't live in a historic district. I actually live outside the edge of the Piedmont Conservation District. And my neighborhood wanted to pursue a historic district designation, but most of us are working class families who are just too busy raising kids. And the process was too arduous and too expensive. And I think when we're determining what's worthy of protection, we need to consult our experts that understand history and understand what the importance or why something that's historic is important to the community. If we want to talk about inherent bias, we should also consider all the industry reps that are sitting on the PSC. So I don't think that that's a fair thing to do. All I gotta say is I think this is a really great package of code changes. However, please listen to our experts when it comes to history, and let's not just give the majority of the say to the powerful industry lobbyists who currently drive a lot of our city planning. So that's all I gotta say. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate you letting me go early in testimony. Oh, I also wanna say I am a volunteer on the BDS DRAC and on my neighborhood association, but mostly I'm here personally as a mom and as someone who's cared about this city for a very long time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Daniel Hernandez.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for giving us all the opportunity to speak. I recognize this is a thorny issue and people are probably unloading on you about all things to do with Portland that might not be specifically about the historic discussion that we're having. But just as a homeowner, as a layman, I just wanted to testify that I support the work of the city in trying to increase housing opportunities for everybody. But I just invite everyone to consider what happens to a city when you start to remove its residential areas and make it all just a series of buildings. Like, great, people can move in closer. We all want that. We want affordable housing, but at the expense of people who work very hard, like a few homeowners have spoken before me, have said, to get to the pinnacle of a beautiful city, a beautiful home. You work hard. This is where your kids go to school. And then for that to suddenly be endangered by a few houses around us that could be raised and turned into condos with the attendant parking issues and really just the loss of character. So I know it's a soft issue compared to some of the hard issues you're all talking about, but I just wanted to invite you all to consider the historic designation gives Portland part of its soul, and that there's care taken in how these new buildings might impact these beautiful historic districts. I live in a house that was built as a craftsman bungalow. It's very unusual. It's the Irvington Historic Tour stops here, and I wanted a modern house. My wife wanted a historic house, and I've grown to love it and grown to love the neighborhood. So I just invite you to please consider how great these historic homes are to the entire city of Portland. So thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Heidi Hart.
Hello, Mayor Commissioners. I'm sorry, Mayor and Commissioners. Can everyone see my presentation right here? Okay, perfect. All right, so thank you for your time. I'm Heidi Hart, a renter who lives in Buckman. I am presenting the first of 3 amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. And some of Portland's most affluent neighborhoods have a history of racial covenants. Portland needs to face and atone for our racist history, not protect it. And revisiting the special privileges given to these neighborhoods is a small but necessary step to face our problematic history. Oh my gosh, okay, there we go. The first example of this is Irvington. Deeds in Irvington restricted Chinese residents from living in these houses except as house servants. And this item was actually listed in Irvington's 2010 National Register of Historic Places registration form. And in my opinion, a history of racial exclusion is not a good point when it comes to historical landmarking. Next example is Ladd's Addition, which had in its deed restrictions that Chinese or Japanese residents could not live in these houses except as servants. And the third example of this is Laurelhurst, which restricted by deed that Chinese, Japanese, or Black people would not be able to live in these neighborhoods except as servants. The effects of these covenants continue to this day, but have taken new forms. These racial zoning and restrictive covenants were outlawed, but after they were outlawed, many cities, including Portland, end up turning to exclusionary zoning. After Portland's adoption of the residential infill project, historic districts are still able to use those historic district restrictions in order to perpetuate exclusionary zoning. Irvington, Laurelhurst, and Ladd's Addition cover a huge amount of land in high opportunity areas. They're highlighted in aqua. These neighborhoods are close to jobs, transit, and amenities and have complete streets and sidewalks. But historic district rules make it very difficult to build affordable housing or any multifamily housing whatsoever. According to the Anti-Displacement Action Plan report, these areas should encourage infill development and higher density housing opportunities, especially affordable housing. And this is a large amount of area in Portland to be almost entirely, to make it very difficult to build any new higher density housing or affordable housing. So this is our First Amendment, which is to include a history of racial covenants as a reason.
Excuse me, could I just get a time check? You're about a minute over. What's the pleasure of the mayor?
I apologize.
Keelan, can you please manage the time? Because we have so many, it's a great presentation and I actually would like to get an email copy of it. But Commissioner Hardesty is right. We've got a lot of people signed up and I want to make sure that we give everybody the opportunity to be heard. And I know it's hard to keep comments within 2 minutes, but let's try to do that so that everybody can be heard today.
Absolutely. This is submitted by the MAP app. Thank you for the time check, Commissioner Hardesty. My apologies. I'm in the presentation. Thank you for your time.
I agree, great information, but we've got a lot of people.
Next up, we have Adam Starr, Matt Kelly, and Greg Baker.
Hi, my name is Adam Starr, and I'm here because I support the change to the Historic District Code. I live in Irvington. I've lived in Irvington for about 10 years with my son, who is now 11 years old. I have a dilapidated garage on my property. My mother recently retired, and I want to take my garage and convert it to a modest ADU so that my mother can live with us. This will enable me to have my mom around to help take care of my son and allow them to spend more time together. And also, as she gets older, it will allow me to take care of her and for her to age into place. Now, I met with a contractor who then met with the city, who explained to me that even a small ADU that is consistent with the aesthetics of the neighborhood, it won't be approved by the city under the current code. But under the proposed amendment, it would allow me a path forward to build this ADU. So in addition to that, there are some economic issues at play. I personally cannot afford to buy my mother another place in the neighborhood. And even finding an affordable rental unit is difficult. So being able to convert my garage to a small ADU is the most economically efficient solution. So not only would it be nice to have her close by, it's really the only viable economic path forward for me. So that's why I'm here to support the change to the historic district, is so that I can have a small ADU on my property and allow my mother to live with me and help take care of my son. Thank you.
Next up, we have Matt Kelly.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Kelly. I'm a City of Portland employee, but I am taking personal time to testify today, and my comments are my own. I support the Historic Resources Code project, and I support the amendments endorsed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. And this is why. I appreciate historic resources, and I happen to live across from a site on the National Register of Historic Places, which is Lone Fir Cemetery in Southeast Portland. It's a lovely cemetery. It also provides wonderful green space, and people enjoy it every day. I see people going on quiet walks. Parents teach their kids to ride bikes there. There's a person who feeds squirrels there every single morning. And it's a historic site that provides a lot of public services. And I know there's always going to be a tension between trying to keep our city sort of the same and allowing for it to change. And I'll be frank, my concern is that mostly white, mostly wealthy people will take advantage of historic preservation rules to keep their neighborhoods mostly white and mostly wealthy. I'm especially worried about this as we've finally started allowing more types of housing across our city, including in neighborhoods that may be considered historic. Excluding people of certain races or classes may not be people's intentions, but outcomes are important, and historic protections can exclude people by limiting housing options. There's also plenty of precedent in Portland and elsewhere for using arcane land use rules to exclude people with racist and classist intentions. Many of our older neighborhoods don't just have historic qualities, they also have some of the best access to high quality public services, some of our best transit service, parks and schools, our safest streets, lots of trees. These public resources aren't truly public if they're mostly accessible to white, wealthy people, codified through rules that limit housing options. Getting to take a home tour once in a while isn't a substitute for that. The amendments endorsed by Portland Neighbors Welcome help safeguard our shared public interest in a city that is accessible and welcoming to people of all races, classes, and backgrounds, while still allowing for historic protections. That's the kind of city I want to live in, and I hope most of us would agree on that. Thanks for your time.
Next up, we have Greg Baker. Greg, you're muted.
Okay. All right. I'm on now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Greg Baker. I've lived in Irvington for 10, 15 years now, and I've lived in Oregon for 50 years. And nobody has really addressed the safety issues of how this these proposed changes affect us. I and my family have been affected by two safety concerns recently. We took a trip and a couple-day trip and came back, and someone had moved into our yard and camped out and was there. And fortunately, as we drove up, the police came, and apparently there was an outstanding arrest for this individual, and they took him to court. But anyway, that's incident number one. And when this happens to you, you have a loss of safety. You almost get depressed about how your personal safety has been invaded. About 4 weeks ago, our car was stolen from the front of our house. And it was found about 2 weeks later, and it had been demolished. The battery was taken. The catalytic converter was taken. The tire, it had been involved in an accident and smashed, and it was totaled out. So we've had these two safety concerns just recently. And I'm not saying that changing the designation of the neighborhood is going to change it, but it really, and I noticed, I read in the paper that some of the council members had sort of invasions in their yards and so forth. And I think I'm in favor of retaining the historical designation. And I think that at the beginning of the presentation here, they were talking about safety, and I really haven't heard anyone talk about how changing the historical designation affects the safety of the district. And I personally have had just recently these two incidents affecting that, and I think that you have to look at that consideration as well.
Excuse me, I'm going to do a time check again. We got a lot of folks. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up, we have Aaron Brown, Michael Anderson, and Woody Mosby.
Good afternoon. Can folks hear me? All right. My name is Aaron Brown, a Mayor Wheeler, Portland City Council, and I'm the board president of Portland Neighbors Welcome. Here to testify in support of the recommendations that Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon put together. Just to be clear, I am not an industry lobbyist. I'm just a millennial lucky enough to buy a house that wants to make Portland as easy to buy and live a house. For my friends, as many of the testifiers were able to do so possibly 30 years ago. Other folks with Portland Neighbors Welcome are more knowledgeable about the specific policy details for our recommendations as to why it preserves affordability. But I heard a specific point earlier about sustainability that is simply not true, and it feels like a good use of my 2 minutes to address. You'll hear frequently the most eco-friendly thing to do with buildings is to keep them forever. It's from this off-cited The Greenest Building analysis focused on replacing a single detached house with a similar sized single detached house, which Portland's residential infill project made all but impossible. In fact, when it comes to the gentle density now legal in Portland, the same report states, quote, additional density may be environmentally advantageous if buildings are located in areas that are walkable and transit accessible. How wild that those are exactly the neighborhoods that are being targeted by this proposal. Separate analysis from the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality finds that smaller attached homes are dramatically more energy efficient than larger ones because 80% or more of a home's life cycle energy costs occur via heating and cooling. But big picture, what history are we preserving? The 20th century architecture that many of these folks are speaking about is the built environment that codified racism. It's codified neighborhoods that are substantially energy intensive. It's codified segregation. Codifying this neighborhood character is codified elimination of Portland's neighborhood characters. I don't think this is a history I want to preserve. I don't think any of you want it to be your legacy that you helped codify this grotesque history to be carried to the 21st century. We can preserve architecture and the feel of our neighborhoods while still shaping Portland to fit our growing city's needs. And our city needs more housing. This decade has to be focused as much on what we retire as what we build. There are ways to preserve the feel of the neighborhood while welcoming new residents. I encourage you to look through Portland Neighbors Welcome testimony for further information on how to address the Historic Resource Code project in line with our stated goals. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Michael Anderson.
Hi, this is Michael Anderson. Can you see my screen share? All right. Good morning, afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Michael Anderson. I'm a senior researcher with Sightline Institute, speaking in support of the amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. I'll speak to their amendment about one particular type of historic district, National Register districts. National Register districts are uniquely undemocratic, and this makes them dangerous. To show why, here's a short example about one of my favorite Portland neighborhoods. It's also one of Commissioner Mapps's favorite neighborhoods. It's Buckman. Buckman is a great neighborhood. It's right across the river from downtown Portland. It's one of Portland's most income diverse neighborhoods. That's not because it doesn't have lots of nice old homes. It does, and that's great. It's scattered through those nice old homes are lots of different apartment buildings of ages, sizes, and prices that vary. Some are affordable, some are market rate. There are lots of options. There are also lots of great transportation options already there. That's probably why the way Buckman residents get around looks almost exactly like our goals for the future of Portland as a whole. In 2007, someone proposed making it possible for more people to live in Buckman by replacing these 3 lots with about 50 apartments. A few dozen, mostly homeowners who live nearby, didn't like that. They organized to turn 94 acres of Buckman into a new National Register district. Was this a good idea for the city as a whole, or the region, or the planet? No one in the National Register district process does anyone ever ask that question, because National Register districts can be created with almost no democratic oversight. They essentially give homeowners veto power over city council's zoning. But fortunately, in my view, Buckman's district wasn't created. This is what the site looks like today. It's one of a handful of sites that have added hundreds of new homes to Buckman, helping preserve that income diversity despite its premium location. So why wasn't this blocked by a new National Register district? Not because any democratic process intervened, National Register districts offer none, but because a majority of homeowners thought it would be annoying to live in a National Register district because of all the fees and rules. The project before you today will remove a lot of those fees and rules. I'm not here to say you should keep those fees and rules just to prevent the abuse of National Register districts, but as you remove those annoyances, you should consider protecting your own power, your own democratic oversight by steering people away from undemocratic National Register districts and toward local districts instead. The proposed amendments would do this. Thank you.
Next up, we have Woody Mosby.
Hi. Sorry about that.
I'll do it.
Hi, my name is Woody Mosby. I'm a resident of Irvington, and I submitted testimony in writing that I encourage anybody who's interested to read, but I want to divert from that a little bit. I would like to speak from a homeowner in a historic district who has lived in historic districts in the past in other cities. And one of the reasons we bought and we moved to Portland was because it had beautiful historic districts that were still affordable. When we moved here 12 years ago, it was an affordable district, as was most of the rest of Portland at that time. I almost feel like we've been targeted as the enemy by some of these groups like the Portland Neighbors Welcome. They make me feel not welcome at all. And I regret that because we love Portland. We have contributed to it. We have been volunteers. We are not wealthy, even though we live in a historic district. Most of our neighbors aren't wealthy. Yes, there are wealthy people here, but that's what's called diversity. You've got all levels of people here. We have Black neighbors, white neighbors. It's a formed community that is strong, progressive, and supportive of Portland and things like increased housing for affordable people. my background's architecture. I have been in architecture a long time. I encourage you to think very, very seriously before you ease the demolition restrictions, because once you lose this kind of quality of housing and craftsmanship, you're not going to get it back. It will never happen again. And cities that are really the most wonderful cities to visit have historic architecture and districts and a quality there that you just cannot replicate today. I thank you very much for your time. I know I've run over and I apologize for that.
Next up, we have Tony Greiner, Daniel Vitas, and James Hure.
Hi, y'all. Can y'all hear me, see me? Okay, thank you. My name is Tony Greiner. I'm a member of the board of the Irvington Community Association, and I live in an 1892 house that my wife and I did the paperwork on to place on the National Register of Historic Places. That process took about a year. The process of putting Irvington in the National Historic District took about 3 years. Don't get the impression these are quick jobs. I'm also a member of the Community Involvement Committee of the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. And in both cases, though, I'm speaking for myself here, not for those organizations. Historic resources are irreplaceable. Acting hastily or from self-interest can do permanent damage to the structure of the city. You only have to look at the vacant lots next to the Emmanuel Hospital to see the long-range results of somebody thinking this is a great idea without thinking it through in advance. So that's first the thing. Secondly, I want you to be aware of this, that while there's been a lot of talk about how this plan was developed with input from a lot of people, in practice, that has not been the case. One of the members of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, which is behind these code projects, in 2 different meetings and at 2 different times, expressed her desire to block the participation of neighborhood agreements, of neighborhood associations, and historical associations from this process. And the chair of the committee and no committee member spoke up saying, no, that's not right. So we have a tainted process right from the start, where somebody with power in this situation was able to come in and effectively try to block the participation of people. It is my belief that they listened and then ignored us. You should be aware of that. There is a screen capture with all the language that was being used available in the written testimony. Thank you.
Commissioner Rubio has a question.
Thank you. I'd just like to quickly respond to Mr. Greiner. First, thank you for your testimony and for your service on the CIC, Mr. Greiner. But I also just want to make you aware, and also for the public record, that the PSC leadership read your testimony to City Council, and they've since submitted a piece of testimony regarding this issue. And they just wanted to make it clear that they felt their colleagues' statements were taken out of context, and their aim of community engagement, both for this project and for the commission generally, is to include more voices in decision-making. And the issue specifically they were talking about, or that the commissioner was talking about that you referenced, was talking about communities in East Portland that have been underserved by the city's historic resources program. So I'm just wanting to raise that up to hope that you'll be able to have access to that letter so that you can read it. And hopefully be assured that the process was inclusive, and it should be available on Map App for everyone to access. And thanks again for your testimony.
Next up, we have Daniel Vitas. Daniel, you're muted.
Does that work?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I've lived in the Irvington area for over 40 years, and I'm here to argue against the economic incentive provisions of the draft code, which would eliminate existing residential zoning restrictions against commercial office, sales, and service uses. Zoning restrictions exist for a reason and are important to protecting neighborhoods and homeowners from encroaching commercial operations they shouldn't be waived lightly. Purportedly, the draft zoning incentives are to create economic viability for the rehabilitation, reuse, and preservation of historic sites. The terms rehab and reuse beget images of abandoned or decrepit buildings in need of improvements to be suitable for reuse. And for those uses, neighbors would likely voluntarily waive their zoning restrictions. But the draft does not require any indicia of need, only an existence of historic significance and a prior non-residential use. Those standards will necessarily benefit many sites that are not needy and to which neighbors might object if given the opportunity. Particularly within those that definition of residential, non-residential use are churches, but no one seems to mention that there are over 500 churches in Portland. And even Brandon's quote in today's Oregonian says that old buildings such as schools might be used for commercial space. Of the 500 churches in Portland, most of them are in residential areas, and many of them are well maintained and fully functioning, yet many of them will no doubt succumb to the lure of easy money and will lease space to commercial operations to the detriment of the neighborhood and also commercial competing landlords. We're not talking about churches running a daycare center or a gift shop.
Excuse me, sir. Looks like I'm the cop today. Your time is up. We appreciate your testimony.
I'm sorry for that. I hope you review my written testimony.
We will. Thank you.
Well, I hope you do, because we don't need these provisions. We have provisions.
Keelan, is there some way you can... Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate your testimony. Keelan, is there some way you could help us with the timing here? When people have reached their 2 minutes, could you please say time? And then I'll take it from there if they don't stop.
Sure. We have our timer running as well, which I think is hopefully visible to everyone. And I'll also indicate when the time is up. Next up, we have James Hewer.
Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, my name is Jim Hoyer, and I'm speaking today as a member of the Portland Coalition for Historic Resources. HRCP was Portland's response to changes in the Oregon Land Use Goal 5 rules for historic preservation. I was privileged to serve on the Regulatory Advisory Committee that recommended those new rules, which were adopted in January 2017. The new rules deliberately usher in a new era where city councils have an increased role in identifying, designating, and protecting historic resources. Specifically, cities were freed from owner consent constraints in developing inventories of historic resources, a major change. Cities were given the freedom to apply demolition review protections to historic resources that were locally designated, another major change. As noted previously, cities were prohibited from automatically applying full suite of regulatory protections to newly listed resources on the National Register. In the process also, a baseline protection was established for demolition review of National Register resources. But that provides a city council with generous latitude to consider many factors, including affordability of replacement development, rather than a single narrowly defined criteria. A latitude that allows and challenges the city council to do its job in weighing conflicting and evolving goals to arrive at the best decision for the community. In the context of these revised rules, we are deeply concerned about provisions in HRCP covering designation, de-designation, demolition definition, and demolition criteria, which do not comply with these rules currently. Also, provisions relating to the composition and role of the Historic Landmarks Commission fail to follow the guidance of the Secretary of the Interior and the state of Oregon in how and by whom historic resources are to be evaluated for protections. In this regard, it should be noted that the Goal 5 rules are prescriptive and not advisory. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, we have Catherine Widows, Darren Amico, and Sean Aaron Cruz.
Hey, everybody. My name's Kate Widows, and I'm a contributing member of PDX Neon. And our goal is we're a bunch of volunteers who love neon and consider neon signs works of folk art. And our goal is to get some protection for these irreplaceable cultural icons. So as far as the HRCP document, we're pretty happy with the new demolition protections and a lot of the amendments that are being proposed. So what I'm going to do today instead is talk about future work opportunities. And one of the things that I think is a great next step for protecting historic neon signs would be to complete a comprehensive city-funded survey of significant neon signs. This would allow the signs to be reviewed for landmark status and would be an important step in protecting these public works of art. Another idea would be to follow San Francisco's lead and create a legacy business program, which could bridge the gap if, say a business was selected for landmark status because of their sign and they didn't have the money to have their sign restored or rebuilt. This legacy business program could potentially bridge the gap with funding for those businesses to keep these beautiful signs lit. And I'm just going to mention a few signs today and talk about how important they are. Well, one of the signs we'd love to see restored right away is Dean's Barbershop, which is Oregon's oldest African-American salon. There's a few other signs that have no protections right now. It looks like I'm out of time. So thanks so much for your time, and I hope you read my written testimony.
Thank you,
so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Darren Amico.
Thank you. Honorable members of the council, thank you for your attention. My name is Darren Amico. First off, I would like to ditto Heather Chatto. I believe that preservation is the ultimate form of recycling, though allowing for some efficient updating would be ideal. I realize that this may be a repeat of many points of interest, though I'm interested to speak about solar and historic districts. I'd like to make 2 points today. We're living in a climate emergency. First, our priorities as a community and as individuals should be to do everything in our power to allow for positive change for those who want and can install solar to the benefit of the environment and to the reduction and dependence of fossil fuels. This would entail efficient use of solar panels. This council is to decide for allowable placement of solar panels in historic districts. It should come as no surprise, and it's been said earlier that according to the EPA, residential homes and transportation make up almost 50% of the global warming emissions through the use of fossil fuels and energy that is used to build and run these systems. As responsible citizens, we should be allowed to outfit our homes to take advantage of these renewable resources that we have, and the best and most affordable right now is solar. This would reduce the load of the grid and the need of fossil fuel generated energy. If I was allowed to use the current codes to allow solar, I would not be able to use 20% of my roof surface, which would account for 70% of the efficiency due to the orientation inefficient use of solar. I would like to see that solar panels, not just Tesla solar, are allowed on all surfaces of the roof, including the street side areas of the roof. Second, the simplicity of the installation could be further enhanced by the use of metal roofs with standing seams. This would have the further additional benefit of extended duration of roof life, thereby reducing waste and landfill burden, on top of improving the quality of the runoff into the groundwater, thereby limiting hydrocarbon, zinc, and other toxic ingredients used in composition roof system. Side issues that affect livability, heat island effect, metal roof, solar, white, highly reflective surfaces would help in this process. Thank you for your time today. Goodbye.
Next up, we have Sean Aaron Cruz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Sean Aaron Cruz. I'm a Park Rose resident. And when I bought my home in 2002 from a developer, I didn't know anything about the history of the house or the cultural significance that it had. And it was the family home of Gilbert and Floyd Pepper. And who were the head of 3 generations of Indian educators. And the cultural significance here is very large. Floyd Pepper was the writer of Indians in Oregon Today for the Department of Education, middle and high school curriculum for the state. And her son Jim is the only Oregon musician whose instrument is in a glass case in a Smithsonian museum. The only Oregon musician who, as far as I know, attracted the attention, whose body of work attracted the attention of winner of the Pulitzer Prize. And this is his first LP under his own name, right here, 1971, Jim Pepper's Powwow. And I am executive director of the Jim Pepper Native Arts Council, and we're headquartered here. And it's my plan that after I pass along, this house will go to the council, and we ask that you designate this as a landmark and that we preserve the property forever. And thank you very much. I still have time.
Next up, we have Nicole Possart, Maya Foti, and Patricia Spencer. Nicole, are you able to unmute?
Yes, thank you. My name is Nicole Possart, and I'm the Executive Director of Restore Oregon. We help preserve, reuse, and pass forward meaningful places and spaces and communities across the state. As a nonprofit educational and advocacy organization, we believe that historic resources are a vibrant part of the solution to our most pressing challenges. The HRCP provides important means to utilize preservation inclusively and have us all work together to advance equity, cultural heritage, climate action, housing affordability, and anti-displacement. The thing that I would like to speak most about today, besides the testimony that we submitted, is around the demolition criteria. Demolition is a forever loss. So we feel that demolition review must be done right. We believe it must comply with the Oregon Land Use Goal 5 rules, taking a balanced approach that considers the economic and non-economic value of a historic resource and its impact on the community relative to a proposed replacement project. Specifically, criteria D1 in the recommended draft is a concern to us, and we stand committed to partner with the City Council to revisit this demolition criterion. We also would add that we would like the Council to adopt HRCP with this amendment in terms of the demolition criteria, and mainly focus on what comes next. How do we fund historic preservation going forward? How can the city come up and support a cultural resources plan, a citywide historic resource inventory that needs to be done? All of the things that come next. So thank you for your time. Appreciate your listening today.
Next up, we have Maya Foti.
Hi, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner. My name is Maya Foti, and I'm the Vice Chair of the HLC, testifying today as a private citizen. The Historic Resources Code project before you is a result of countless hours of hard work by city staff, the PSC, and HLC, and I strongly encourage you to adopt these code revisions. I've represented HLC several times before most of you over the course of my last 5 years volunteering. I thought this might be a nice opportunity to share from a personal side what preservation means to me. I was born and raised in a Hungarian-American family in a small town in Southern California. My parents had fled Hungary during the communist occupation of the Second World War and arrived to Southern California via Germany. We were raised in a vibrant group of other Hungarian immigrants, and I always felt like I didn't quite belong in suburban California, but then I didn't quite belong in Hungary either. I was always left longing for a connection to a place. I think this longing for connection drew me into the field of historic preservation, which is exactly this: identifying, nurturing, and celebrating place. I've lived in and worked in 5 countries and countless cities now in pursuit of this elusive connection to place. My husband's family is from Portland, which is why I ended up here. As an architect in preservation industry, I've come to see the importance of sound preservation policies. The greatest cities in the US and abroad are managed with strong and well-funded preservation policies: New York, Boston, DC. Take a look at the cultural resources mapping that the New York City Landmarks Commission is doing. It's on their website. HRCP policy encourages retaining existing building stock that already provides dense housing. HRCP policy encourages historic designation of buildings whose values lies not just in its bricks and mortar, but the people who inhabit them, like the recently nominated Dean's Beauty Salon and Barbershop, the oldest African-American salon in Oregon, and Darsown 15 Drag Club, the first business nominated in Oregon specifically for its place in LGBTQ history. HRCP policy encourages reusing existing materials versus replacing, and encourages the growth of the burgeoning contracting industry, specializing in the rehabilitation of existing fabric. You will hear from them today, the craftspeople, and even a student from Clatsop Community College who has a program dedicated to teaching young people. Thank you.
Next up, we have Patricia Spencer.
Hello, and thank you for having me here today, City Council. My name is Patty Spencer. I am the founder and owner of Fresh Air Sash Cord Repair, Inc. I launched my business in 1999. We restore the operating function of original double-hung wooden windows in pre-1950s homes. After 18 years, it was time for me to start training the next generation to do this very important work. My crew of 2 young people are restoring 17 windows in a home in the Irvington Historic District as we speak. One of my crew is a graduate of the Historic Preservation and Restoration Program at Clatsop Community College. Portland's original windows were constructed out of native old-growth Doug fir or cedar, wood that is naturally insect and weather resistant. These windows are a valuable and irreplaceable resource that don't belong in a landfill. Many homeowners simply don't know that their windows can be made more energy efficient and restored to last another 100 years. Folks are concerned about energy efficiency and heat loss. Once repaired, though, a well-functioning window combined with weather stripping and a storm window can rival the energy efficiency of a new window. Check out the Window Preservation Alliance website for more information about this. There is a whole cottage industry of small businesses here in Portland that I and my colleagues rely on. Woodcrafters, Winks Hardware, Dale, who makes wooden storm windows, stained glass artist Jacob, Mark, the welder, who makes me custom window weights, Lisa, who painstakingly removed and saved panes of wavy glass that I can use today, Stan and his painters, Ella Rose and her crew at the Rebuilding Center. The best place for an original window is in the home that it came from, not in a landfill. Let's get the word out. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Jonathan Cohen, Nick Forrest, and David Sweet.
Hi there. My name is Jonathan Cohen, and I'm the current treasurer and land use committee chair of the Old Town Community Association. I also own the Society Hotel with my wife, Jessie Burke. I'm a former aeronautical engineer and general contractor in the city of Portland for over 17 years. And in 2013, I redeveloped our historic building that houses the Society Hotel in Old Town. And it was my very first development project. And I discovered just how arduous the process can be, even for an experienced contractor like myself. I'm testifying today to bring awareness to the City Council of the needed amendments to the Historic Resource Code project for small historic properties like we have in Old Town, and how our current historic review processes have hindered our neighborhood's ability to grow into a vibrant community and ecosystem. Even more alarming is discovering how this process has created unreasonable barriers to historically disadvantaged property owners and created a form of modern-day redlining, effectively eliminating marginalized communities' ability to build generational wealth. The designation of Old Town as a historic district added a level of complexity to development that most small property owners find very daunting to navigate. This process includes a review by Historic Landmarks Commission, which has the power to arbitrarily limit the building rentable floor area below the limits already determined in the zoning code. And so buildings that were already struggling continue to decay while development happens all around us throughout the rest of the city. Many people believe that having the Historic Landmarks Commission review building renovation designs is what is preserving our historic building stock. But what most people don't realize is that we already have very detailed building design guidelines for each historic district. And the staff at Bureau Development Services are very skilled at using this tool in this process. As such, our primary amendment is to the current Historic Resource Code project draft is to have all levels of historical review stay with the staff at Bureau Development Services, which allows small property owners to navigate the city policies that are already in writing and have more predictability than those without deep pockets to bring their properties back to life. I have more information on our proposed amendments that have been provided to each councilor and in the map app.
It's really disrespectful to keep talking when your time is up. We have 100 people behind you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Nick Forrest.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. I've spent all my life in Oregon. I've been working at a small family business that restores vintage and historic windows and doors. Our company has been doing wood and steel window rehab for over 20 years. I'm here to say that removing protection on both contributing and non-contributing buildings would negatively impact our businesses and businesses like ours. Our business depends on protection to keep architectural uniformity and integrity in historic neighborhoods. Low-cost replacement companies would otherwise come in and replace original building materials. It's not just about saving our jobs or trade, but the value and the service that we provide. Our experience is that some homes and buildings that surround significant historic structures are the same building material and the same style. We believe that the surrounding buildings, architectural characteristics and consistency add to the overall significance and reverence of the significant buildings. The materials and craftsmanship that are found in buildings like these, the components of a quality that can be refurbished and upgraded to rival the highest quality products in today's current market. So I wanted to bring attention that there are many local companies that do this type of work. When we do public bids, they're often very competitive. Window retrofits and upgrades to existing windows and doors should be incentivized. The value in restoration are restoring windows often costs less than replacement. Restoring windows can keep valuable building material like old growth fir. There's a whole industry that depends on keeping these materials, and new window companies push replacement windows just because they have such big budgets. Yeah, thank you.
Next up, we have David Sweet.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is David Sweet. I live in the Cully neighborhood, but in the 1990s, I built a new craftsman-style house on a vacant lot in Irvington. 3 blocks away, my future wife, whom I hadn't met yet, was converting a house to a duplex. We met as neighbors, fell in love, and have had a wonderful marriage. I attribute our happiness to the fact that Irvington had not yet become a national historic district. If it had been, neither of our projects would have been affordable to us, and we would never have met. National Register districts make development, conversions, modifications, and redevelopment more expensive. Some recently proposed historic districts have had the express purpose of raising property values and making housing in the district more expensive. Portland has been changing the codes for low-density zones to make them less exclusionary. National Register listing seems to be the new form of exclusionary zoning. In 2010, I was project manager for Solarize Northeast, a community bulk purchase solar project that resulted in the installation of more than 200 residential photovoltaic systems in Northeast Portland. These systems have kept many thousands of tons of carbon out of the atmosphere and have more than paid for themselves. We could have installed many more of these systems, but at the time, the need for historic design review prevented their installation in any conservation district or historic district. Subsequent reforms and the current proposal address this issue. I support passage of the Historic Resources Code project. Its reforms are badly needed. I also support the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon to make the code more equitable and less likely to contribute to the rising cost of housing and provide greater certainty and affordability for housing developers. I urge you to vote for affordability and the possibility of love. Thank you.
Elin, are we at the end of those three?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, why don't we, colleagues, take a 10-minute break here? We will be, it's now 3:52. We will take a recess till 2 minutes after the hour.
Recording stopped.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're back from recess. We are now in session. Go ahead, Keelan.
Recording in progress.
Next up, we have Jane Morse, Jolynn Mitchell, and Brian Piotrowski.
Okay. All right, I can't see anyone. Can
we can see and hear you?
All right. My name is Jane Morse, and I'm a recent purchaser of a property in Irvington. And when I purchased the property, neither the seller nor my real estate agent informed me that, in fact, that the property was within the historical limits. And I found out later, after I had started to make some renovations, that I could not do that without the appropriate permits. My original contractor, excuse me, my dog's here. My original contractor, in fact, quit when he learned that the permits would be required. And then the subsequent contractor actually has been applying for the permits since June, and they still are not done. So I'm just here to encourage the changes that have been applied for minor residential changes be authorized in a much more a simple process and one that can easily be followed. And that's all I have to request. And thank you for the recommendations that are being up for approval. Thanks.
Next up, we have Jolynn Mitchell.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jolynn Mitchell. Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners, thank you for your time today. Our family has lived in Irvington for 23 years. Our home is indeed historic and built in 1911, and I believe it contributes to historic Irvington. Our garage, however, is 3 cement walls with a flat roof. That the walls are actually crumbling and are a hazard to enter. By the current city coding, our garage cannot be torn down. It needs to be left as is. So we feel that this is a hindrance to us being able to actually use our garage as a usable building. We support the proposed changes to the HRCP demolition code rules for removing permitting of detached structures. We see this current rule is time-consuming and costly for the city to review and approve demolition of detached structures. Thank you for your time today.
Next up, we have Brian Piotrowski.
Hi, my name is Brian Piotrowski. I'm an alumni of the Oregon College of Art and Crafts, and I'm a current student in the Historic Preservation Program at Clatsop Community College. I'm also a licensed contractor, and I work in the field of window restoration and reproduction. There seems to be a lot of controversy around the value of replacing windows as opposed to restoring historic wooden windows. One of the main concerns seems to be efficiency. Of the total heat loss in the house, only about 12% is lost through the window openings, while most heat loss occurs at the walls and roof. At Clatsop Community College, we've done studies with thermal imaging that have proved this to be an accurate statement. As far as cost is concerned, restoration can often compete with replacement and will usually outlast. Contemporary window inserts, new windows are made from toxic materials that are harmful to the environment, and a lot of the replacement windows on the market have very limited warranties. When a component on these windows fails, replacement is usually the only option, whereas a traditional wooden window can be restored a number of times over. Wood windows can be disassembled and rebuilt with new components in the same way that they were originally built. Unfortunately, the window restoration industry is much smaller with lesser means to advertise and lobby local governments than the new window companies. So quite often, homeowners do not get the chance to accurately weigh their options and are misled into degrading the integrity of their homes. Thanks for your time.
Next up, we have Susan Sater, Zoe Lynn Powers, and Bert Sperling. Susan, you're muted. Are you able to unmute? Susan, are you there?
Yes, hello. I wasn't sure what was going on.
Go ahead.
So am I beginning my testimony?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry for the confusion. Thank you. I guess you know I'm Susan Sater. Protecting history and architectural heritage is compatible with increasing residential density and affordability. There's no need to make it easier to demolish authentic structures, to intrude incompatible new construction, or to convert residential use to commercial use. You've heard from previous speakers how here in Irvington, under existing protections and processes, demolition of neighborhood housing has decreased and an increasing number of large historic single-family homes have been reworked into multiple housing units. Many apartments have been created within original houses with no loss to their historic appearance. An increasing number of ADUs are being constructed that match adjacent homes in style and scale. New multiple-use construction forges ahead here under existing protections, consistent with historic protection, as you've heard examples from other speakers. Really, every Portland neighborhood makes a unique contribution to the rich history of our city that's worth protecting as we seek ways to increase housing density and reduce costs. Through our current challenges, our protests, the homelessness, the COVID pandemic, there's been a gratifying renewal of everyday life all over the city's neighborhoods. In many ways, our neighborhoods have served as an anchor to windward in these challenging times. These last few years may have shown us that we take too many things for granted, including the value all around us in our diverse and wonderful neighborhoods. Let's be good stewards of these places for us today and for people who come to Portland in the future. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment.
Next up is Zoe Lynn Powers.
Good afternoon. Zoe Lynn Powers, Radler White, on behalf of a number of property owners of large HRI buildings. Currently, HRI properties are not historically designated. They're merely part of an inventory the city conducted in 1984 as a planning tool with no owner consent. Under state law, quote, a local government shall allow a property owner to refuse to consent to any form of historic property designation. The new significant resources designation clearly falls within the broad category of, quote, any form of historic property designation, and it violates state law for city council to designate significant resources without owner consent. There are a few options available to you. First, you could remove HRI ranked buildings from regulation in the zoning code, much in the way unranked HRI buildings are proposed to be treated. The properties could remain on the inventory for informational purposes, and the most significant properties should be considered for landmark status. Second, you could ask now for owner consent and comply with state law to designate the properties. Third, you could direct BDS to improve the existing code process to remove an HRI listing. Currently, removal requires a 120-day permitting blackout period, during which BDS has interpreted their code to prevent issuance of all permits, even permits completely unrelated to any historic value of the property, such as interior plumbing permits and tenant improvements. For large buildings, there's never a 4-month gap in permitting issuance, which has made this HRI removal right illusory. And we want them to be pulling permits. The purpose of the permitting blackout is to allow, quote, time for consideration of alternatives to demolition, such as restoration. Owners seeking permits are making an investment in the building. That's the opposite of demolition. Particularly at a time when investment in downtown is tenuous, it belies reason that the city would interpret the code in a stricter fashion than the terms allow, and in a manner that discourages investment in HRI ranked buildings downtown. Thank you.
Next up is Bert Sperling. You're muted, Bert.
There we go. How's that?
We hear you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Bert Sperling, longtime resident of the East Moreland neighborhood and past board member of our neighborhood association. And as you consider the details of the historic code in the city, state, and national levels, I'd like you to keep in mind about what's been happening here in Eastmoreland and how the historic designation process can be distorted and misused. 10 years ago, the board of the ENA, the Eastmoreland Neighborhood Association, started to pursue a historic designation, admittedly as a way to circumvent City of Portland land use rules to increase density and affordability. Now, Eastmoreland's a lovely corner of Portland with its curving streets and large street trees and charming homes, but it's not historic. It doesn't represent homes of any particular style, genre, or era. And even in the proposed district, they range from 1912 to 1961. But the ENA has been effectively using the bizarre federal law that allows anyone to nominate and implement a National Historic District without the permission of any property owner. For the last 6 years, the ENA has been pushing through the nomination against the wishes of its own neighborhood homeowners. They conducted a referendum on the historic district overseen by Southeast Uplift, and the majority of Eastmorelanders voted against it, but the board ignored the results. Over 1,000 notarized objections have been filed with the state, and only 300 letters of support, not even notarized, have been recorded. And the ENA refuses to hold open meetings about the historic district and to inform and educate the neighborhood and to allow neighborhood input. They've declared all committee meetings and planning sessions to be private and prohibited to neighbors. There's only one public meeting per month. And the membership on the board is restricted to those in favor of the proposed historic district. And anyway, it's been a very bad process. Don't reward Eastmoreland for their misbehavior, and don't let it be a template for others. So thanks very much for your time.
Next up, we have Henry Honoroff, Taylor Smiley Wolf, and Eric Lindsay.
Hey there. Can you hear me and see the screen? Yes. Perfect. Wonderful. My name is Henry Honoroff. I'm a homeowner in the Elliott neighborhood. You probably, if you know me as Henry Kramer. My name has changed recently. It's not worth going into here. I'm also a registered volunteer lobbyist for Portland Neighbors Welcome, and I'm sharing slides prepared by a number of volunteers for Portland Neighbors Welcome about the amendments 2 and 3 to increase certainty and decrease time and costs in historic resource review. Amendment 2 would mandate that historic resource review can only reduce a building's height, floor area ratio, or envelope by 10%. And Amendment 3 would change all historic resource type 3 reviews to type 2 staff reviews. I'm going to go through a couple of examples of why. Historic resource review needs to provide certainty to encourage the creation of more housing. The HLC routinely shrinks housing projects by implying they wouldn't be approved. And this informal downzoning, that increases a lot of risk to building housing. It increases costly redesigns, delays, makes financing less certain. So that means fewer homes get built, projects fall through, and fewer homes get built at all. An example here is the Grand Belmont housing proposal. The council approved height was 200 feet. The proposed height was 158 feet. For reference, the Weatherly building just 1 block away is 175. This was a parking lot. The proposed housing was 193, and after historic review, it was reduced to 121 units. That's 72 homes lost. The Omni Tower housing proposal, approved height 425, proposed height 170, similar to a lot of other houses and towers in the neighborhood, 135 proposed homes. That was mothballed, 135 homes lost. Susan Emmons was reduced from 165 homes to 149. That's 16 homes lost. That's 223 homes lost. That's 223 individuals and families who have to compete with other Portlanders now. And most of those would have replaced surface parking lots. So Amendment 2, again, is mandating historic resource review can only reduce the building's height, FAR, or envelope by 10%, and Amendment 3 would change all type 2 reviews to staff reviews. And I will stop now. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Taylor Smiley Wolf.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Mayor Wheeler, members of the Portland City Council, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Taylor Smiley Wolf, and I am here as a Portland resident today, not as a representative of my employer. And boy, is writing testimony exciting and different when I'm here for myself. When I think about the history of redlining in this country and in the city of Portland, I also think of the parallel history of exclusionary zoning, or what I think of as gold lining certain neighborhoods, the self-segregation and over-resourcing of wealthy white communities. Historic designation is a tool that predominantly white and wealthy communities in Portland use to preserve their historic privileges in amber. The use of this tool is not innocent. It is inextricably linked to underbuilding in these neighborhoods and gentrification and displacement pressure spilling out into nearby neighborhoods. As a city, I don't think the presence of a Dutch colonial house built in the early 1900s warrants the ability for any neighborhood to partially exempt themselves from pro-housing reforms that the city has determined are necessary to create housing opportunities for all Portlanders. In fact, it directly undermines the inclusive intent of other zoning reforms the council has recently enacted. We are not Dutch, and although we are a colonial settler nation, there are ways of acknowledging that history that dismantle as opposed to reinforcing it. I have heard a number of folks testifying today about the cost of new development in their high opportunity neighborhoods as a justification for protecting their communities from change by maintaining the power and the tools at their disposal as residents of National Historic Districts. As a resident of Portland, I want to remind residents of these neighborhoods that their median home values are about $300,000 higher than the citywide median as a direct result of the exclusionary history of their neighborhoods. This history has also given them unearned wealth from increasing land values, not their own labor. Those of us who live in neighborhoods that allow more development see new market rate housing being developed all the time. Welcome to the city you live in. I encourage you to welcome new neighbors to your community. As an affordable housing policy professional, I know that the only way to build housing that is truly affordable to households earning less than 80% of the area median income in a major US city like Portland is to publicly subsidize it. Preserving exclusionary communities in a way that prevents new market rate and subsidized development will increase median rents. I want to support the amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome, as well as Housing Oregon. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Eric Lindsay.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Eric Lindsay, and I have the good luck to live in the Overlook neighborhood. And I just want to simply say that I support the goals of the Historic Resource Code project, but I would ask that this project be further improved to ensure that historic preservation cannot be used as an exclusionary tool, which I think is too often the case. Specifically, I urge you to adopt the amendments and studies proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. And as so many people have said those things better than I will leave it at that. Thank you so much for the time this afternoon.
Next up, we have Colin Folon, Ian McKenzie, and Angela Uherbelo.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? All right. Good afternoon. My name is Colin Folon. I live in the Eastmoreland neighborhood. The recommendations from BPS are a step in the right direction to the extent they seek to permit historic resources to evolve and adapt over time in line with the progress that Portland desperately needs. It is far too easy for neighborhood associations, especially in wealthy neighborhoods like mine, to attempt to cordon off large portions of our city under the guise of being historic districts, so restrictions should be minimal. The Portland Coalition for Historic Resources is pushing for a broad definition of demolition and several draconian amendments under the premise that the Historic Resource Code project does not meet Goal 5. That's just wrong. Goal 5 does not talk about minor changes to an historic resource. It talks about the integrity of the resources being lost, and the CFR reminds us this might be irretrievably lost. So to go further than what the code amendments require would become design review, and that's not what Goal 5 requires. It's correct that demolition means any act that destroys, removes, or relocates in whole or in part a significant historic resource, such as historic, cultural, or architectural character and significance is lost, but that's not the end of the story. In order for a resource to move from contributing to non-contributing status, we must be able to say that the location, design, settings, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association have been so altered or so deteriorated that the overall integrity of the building has been irretrievably lost. That's 36 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 67.5 sub 2. As applied to Goal 5, all 7 elements must be irretrievably lost in order to require demolition review. So it is not, as the PCHR claims, necessary or even appropriate for the Landmarks Commission and BDS to review every single proposal to add a dormer, change siding, replace windows, or replace a garage with an accessory dwelling unit. So I urge you to reject the PCHR proposals and instead adopt the recommended draft offered by BPS. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ian McKenzie.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian McKenzie, and I'm here mostly in support. I'd like to start by thanking BPS staff, especially Brandon Spencer Hartle, for their incredibly hard work on this project. I'd also like to thank the members of the Historic Landmarks Commission who give up an enormous amount of their time because they have a deep love for our city. There is a lot that I support in this proposal. The HRCP makes it possible to find new uses for historic buildings that may no longer be used for the original purpose. The project makes it easier to add ADUs in historic districts such as Irvington or Laurelhurst. As a gay man, I appreciate that the city is starting to look at how to preserve history that is today underrepresented in our inventory. The Darcel 15 showplace that was recently added to the National Register of Historic Places. I also appreciate BPS's recent work on advancing a number of nominations important to Black history in Portland. I hope we see more work like this in the future. However, I think you should consider one amendment to the proposal. The recently approved DOZA project clarified that the Design Commission cannot reduce the height or FAR of a new development below what is allowed in the zoning code. The Landmarks Commission plays the same role as the Design Commission does when a new building is proposed in a historic district, and yet this code package has no parallel language. In my professional work, I've worked with developers of both market rate and affordable housing, and one thing that they have in common is that in order to move forward, they need certainty. If there is a new building being proposed that replaces a surface parking lot or a non-contributing, non-historic building, we would expect that that new proposal should be able to take full advantage of the zoning approved by City Council only a few years ago with the 2035 Comprehensive Plan. You've received testimony making similar points from the Old Town Chinatown Community Association, Housing Oregon, and Portland Neighbours Welcome. I urge you to consider it. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Angela Uher-Balau.
Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Angela Uher-Balau. I live here in Irvington. My two daughters go to Irvington School, and I am here to enthusiastically support the amendments that have been proposed by Portland Neighbours Welcome. Increasing racial and socioeconomic diversity in our neighborhood will make it even more beautiful, not less. I want to express what it's felt to live in this neighborhood and go to a local public school that does have some diversity, racial and socioeconomic diversity. And at the same time, we have seen a decline at Irvington School. We have lost 6% of our Black enrollment since 2019. And those aren't numbers, those are families, those are friends, those are neighbors. And they have been priced out of the neighborhood along with other families of all other races. And I think that as we talk about preservation and we talk about this loss of character or loss of architecture, I think we also need to emphasize what we lose by having a socioeconomically segregated neighborhood. I also would just like to have a gentle reminder about impact and intention. And in the latest newsletter of our community association, on one side, on the right-hand side, there was a call to come and testify today in support of preserving our historic designation. And on the other side, the board was talking about how it's not racially diverse. It doesn't have many renters and it doesn't have young people. So in order to diversify our neighborhood, we need to have more affordable housing here. And I really appreciate you considering doing that here in Portland and specifically in these historic neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Tom Clark, David Binnig, and Greg Raisman.
Hello, my name is Tom Clark. I am a co-owner of a quarter block building at 333 Northwest 5th Avenue in Old Town. Although the building is across the street from and not within the Chinatown Japantown Historic District, I want to advocate for amendments which could bring life and economic development to all of Old Town. Old Town needs help to support appropriate development in our beautiful but troubled historic district. Many small property owners are discouraged from pursuing development due to the cumbersome and expensive review process that's in place today. We in the neighborhood see an opportunity for the HCRP process to help incentivize development in Old Town rather than discourage it. Our historic district designation can deter development. In particular, the review process includes the Historic Landmarks Commission, with the power to limit height and floor area ratio below the limits allowed in the zoning code. The intention of the landmarks, including landmarks, is to ensure compatibility with the historic fabric. We in Old Town want this too. However, the district has the excellent historic district design guidelines in place with very detailed guidance to create this compatibility. PSC and BDS staff use these guidelines to review and judge projects to ensure this compatibility. I recommend amending the current historic resource code in one of two ways. Either have all historic district projects review be limited to BDS and BPS staff as a type 2 review, eliminating Landmarks Commission review, or if that's not possible, simply remove the power of Landmarks Commission to consider height or floor area ratio as part of their review. This will allow small property owners to more predictably and affordably develop their properties, benefiting all of Old Town's reactivation. Thank you.
Next up, we have David Binnig.
Thank you. My name is David Binnig. I live in Southeast Portland, and I love Portland's old homes and old neighborhoods. My house was built in 1916. I live near Laurelhurst and Irvington and enjoy biking through there. We've also seen the deed restrictions that were attached to those neighborhoods. No apartments, no homes below a certain price, no Asian or Black people unless they were employed as servants of the white residents. In the 20s, when those covenants were at risk of expiring, Portland enacted a zoning code to ban multifamily homes, not for the full city, but for those same dozen or so neighborhoods. Now we have a conversation about historic districts, and the history of those districts is a history of deliberate and successful exclusion. I don't think, to be fair, that current residents of those neighborhoods intend to exclude people in that sense. But I know last week I joined a presentation by Mr. Spencer Hartle, and one of my neighborhoods brought up a house on, or a newer multi-unit building on Hawthorne that has about 30 homes. He said it's a monstrosity that shouldn't be there, that should have stayed a single family home. In his view, it would have been better to shut out those 30 households than to lose one old but fairly unremarkable home, looked about like mine, looked like a lot of the offerings of the 1916 Sears catalog. So I will say there's a real and visible temptation to value buildings over people, and the hazard of maintaining historic districts as these broad tools of exclusion is that it makes it easy for landowners, whatever their intentions, to execute that impulse to shut people out. I think we need balance to be able to preserve important buildings without having one-size-fits-all districts that preserve whole neighborhoods in carbonite. And for that reason, I support these reforms, and I support the proposed amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up is Greg Reisman.
Hi, my name is Greg Reisman. I am a resident of Southeast Portland and am here as such, not as a representative of my employer. For some housekeeping, there's been some testimony that the Planning and Sustainability Commission should not be part of the process for creating horse districts. This advocacy is for the landmarks commissions to have sole authority. Instead, I support having both commissions involved in the process with the PSC as the final recommending body. I support the amendments brought forth by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. I know that the intentionality of historic preservation is not to maintain our system that leads to racial and economic segregation, but intentions and outcomes are two very different things. We should be cautious to preserve our historic pride without preserving our historic shames. The book, The Color of Law, lays out in detail how American governments have used zoning, loaning policy, and development to create the economically and racially segregated cities that we live in. It's an incredible study that lays out our entire ugly history of these methods. One person discussed in our history is Frederick Law Olmsted plan, important parks, great landscaping. However, not all the gold is glitter. During World War I, Olmsted Jr. directed the town planning division of the federal government's housing agency that managed or built more than 100,000 units of segregated housing for workers in defense plants. In 1918, he told the National Conference on City Planning that good zoning policy had to be distinguished from racial segregation, which the Supreme Court had found unconstitutional, with which he wasn't concerned. So far as policy went, Olmsted stated that, quote, in any housing developments which are to succeed, racial divisions have to be taken into account. If you try to force the mingling of people who are not yet ready to mingle and don't want to mingle, a development cannot succeed economically. This is our history, but let's not let it be commemorated in our future. With the pro-housing amendments, this project would save the best parts of our history while moving beyond the worst parts. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Daniel Chandler Klein, Anna Kemper, and Brandon Naramore.
Hello, my name is Dan Chandler Klein, and I live in the Overlook neighborhood. I strongly support the HRCP while urging you to go further by adopting the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon that many others have already mentioned today. Without further action from City Council, the historic preservation process will continue to be a tool to further entrench histories of racial and economic exclusion and allow affluent neighborhoods to avoid playing by the same housing rules as the rest of the city. Wealthy neighborhoods such as Eastmoreland and Laurelhurst have already stated their intent to use the historic preservation process to exempt themselves from the residential infill project the City Council adopted just last year. Portland's housing crisis affects each and every one of us, and it is the responsibility of every neighborhood to do its part in solving this. No neighborhood should be allowed to say, not our problem, and pass the buck to the rest of the city. We all must do our part. The HRCP rightly shifts our historic resource review process towards a democratic system with accountability, but I strongly encourage the council to pass the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon to prevent this process from being used for nefarious purposes or to kneecap desperately needed future housing production. Thank you.
Next up, we have Anna Kemper.
Okay, good afternoon, council members. My name is Anna Kemper, and I live and work in Northeast Portland, and I'm here today as the Vice President of the Portland Neighbors Welcome Board. And I'm here today as another voice of reason to urge you to pass the Historic Resources Code project with the recommendations of Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. Many folks have already made excellent points before me on why the updates and recommendations are essential to creating the just, equitable, and sustainable future we want to see in Portland. I'd like to use my time to refute the argument that we can meet our housing needs simply by adaptive reuse of existing buildings like they did back after World War II. It might sound reasonable to subdivide one house into multiple, creating duplexes or triplexes, but this argument is simply not based in reality. Our building codes are much more complex than those in World War II Portland, and most internal divisions where you'd have to add multiple kitchens and bathrooms are completely economically infeasible. Claiming this as a reason to keep the Historic Resources Code as is wishful thinking or just disingenuous, and relying on home and building owners to turn their property into multiple would basically ensure no new housing is created. And in the midst of both urgent housing and climate crises, we need more housing, denser housing quickly. We already have the tools for this via the Residential Infill Project, and updating the Historic Resources Code along with the proposed recommendations would allow for this across all neighborhoods in our city. Finally, I've worked in the solar industry for the past 3 years. Solar permitting is already an incredibly drawn-out process in Portland, but trying to get solar on historically coded home or building, the code creates significant barriers due to cost and time, and many homes and building owners end up giving up on putting solar on their property because of it. We need solar in order to meet the city's climate goals, and so this is just another reason to streamline the Historic Resources Code process. I appreciate you taking time to hear everyone's comments today. Thank you all.
Next up, we have Brandon Naramore.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am testifying in support of the Historic Resource Code project, as well as Housing Oregon and Portland Neighbors Welcome's amendments. I am all for history and preservation. I am currently on vacation in Paris, France, and love walking with my partner down the many car and parking lot free streets in admiration of the centuries-old architecture and landmarks. In Portland, I believe it is important that we identify which buildings hold significant historic and cultural value, including those that hold importance to communities that have far too long been overlooked. That said, while I support the inclusion of individual buildings and landmarks as historic resources, it is a mistake to extend this privilege to an entire neighborhood. For a neighborhood to be one that is livable for all kinds of neighbors, it must be allowed to evolve, grow, and change. Solidifying a neighborhood into amber may do wonders for the wealth portfolios of homeowners in Eastmoreland or Laurelhurst, but it is injustice for the many more folks seeking a home. We must not let historic preservation become a tool used by wealthy communities to undemocratically exempt themselves from Portland's zoning codes. My vision for Portland is one in that anyone can afford to live in a neighborhood that gives them joy. Please do not let wealthy homeowners turn their neighborhoods into museums of affluence and exclusion. I urge you to support the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcomes and Housing Oregon. All right, it's well past midnight and I'm going to bed so I can be awake for the Louvre tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Stephen Judkins, Rob Hemphill, and Tim Dubois.
Hi, my name is Stephen Judkins. I live in North Portland, born and raised in Portland. And I'm here to mostly say I'd like to support the amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome. Been asked to bring up, as other people have said more eloquently than me, that there's no way to meet our housing needs through simply subdivisions of existing historic buildings. That's not a realistic choice. I appreciate greatly that City Council passed the residential infill project last term. I thought it was a great demonstration of our values as a city, that we say every neighborhood has to take some development, has to see some change, enable for us to meet the desperate need for new housing in this city. We need affordable housing, we need market rate housing, and it has to be in the rich neighborhoods and the poor ones and everything in between. What I'm concerned about is that if we don't change our historic codes, it could be used as a loophole by the most privileged neighborhoods in the city to basically circumvent this admirable policy that council passed last term. And if it's true that your values are what you stated then, got to make sure that it's consistently applied, and there aren't these tools available for the historically rich and historically exclusionary neighborhoods to bow out of their responsibility. So in conclusion, I think the amendments proposed by Portland's Neighbors Welcome will strike a good balance here, make sure that we can historically preserve some things, make sure that the burden of new development, if you can even call it that, is fairly distributed across the city. Thank you.
Next up, we have Rob Hemphill.
Commissioners and Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rob Hemphill. I'm a resident of the Kearns neighborhood. I'm testifying in support of the HRCP and the amendments that you've heard about today. I'm also going to give a brief presentation on Amendment 4 that's being proposed, and I'll try to be quick about this. So we want to empower council by expanding the approval requirements for demolition review for the National Register districts to the maximum allowed by state law. Now, National Register districts are inherently undemocratic. They can be created by a small group of property owners that are not necessarily even a majority of local landowners. And homeowners outside the district have no say at all. Renters have no say at all. I live in Kearns, where 77% of the Kearns neighborhood is renters who would have no say in whether Kearns could become a National Register district. But council doesn't get to sign off on this, but they do have to administer the demolition review process. And this is what's really important, is that council then needs to be the democratic body that really considers what demolition review is. And right now, the current rules really limit what council can consider. Moving on, why does this matter? Because these historically exclusionary neighborhoods say they intend to use the National Register districts to block infill housing. And the demolition review all but guarantees that no one is going to risk proposing a significant project that might be unpopular. And just to be clear, these National Register districts have openly said that's their intent. In Laurelhurst, we saw this. Look at those home values. Look at what they said. They want to make it harder to build quadplexes. In Eastmoreland, the same. And those home values, my goodness, I wish I could live there. Infill housing is good. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip to this. So what does this matter? So if you can expand the approval criteria for the council to the maximum, you can really consider all of the criteria that we want to think about when we're looking at a demolition review. Things like our comp plan, things like our residential infill project, other things like that. And so we can consider things like whether we're going to be having more people living on the site, or whether we're going to be having more regulated affordable homes on the site. We can still keep an exception for uniquely significant historical structures, but council should not limit themselves based on just council should be able to take everything into mind and not just limit themselves from the beginning. Thank you on my time.
Next up, we have Tim Dubois.
Hello. Am I up?
Yes, go ahead, Tim.
Okay, sorry. Here we are trying to claw back the policy overreach of historic preservation. The amount of public resources, taxpayer money, and time around historic preservation policy should be considered a violation of City Council's fiduciary obligation to the taxpayers of Portland. In a free society with private ownership, historic preservation is already baked into the system. If you like historic preservation and you own property, then preserve it. If you sell your property, that is an open acknowledgement that the next person may not feel the same way towards an inert object such as a home. Instead, we have people creating a problem where none exists, and as a result, you, as government officials, are being asked to take sides on a purely subjective, emotional topic. If a property is a historic resource, it will generate cash flow that will negate the need for government intervention, or it will generate charity through a nonprofit for its preservation. No need to waste taxpayer dollars. Cities are by design the most dynamic and exciting of places, but that dynamism is threatened with preservation laws. It reminds me of our forests. In a healthy forest, forest fires are an essential part of a long-term health of the ecosystem. It is essential to maintain adaptations in nature that will allow for the long-term health in a changing environment. Humans were wrong in stopping natural forest fires as a public policy. We are now living through the obvious consequences of that mistake. The same is true in our housing policy with preservation laws. I know it's too late to reverse the moving train of historic preservation, and something with this policy will pass and amendments will be made trying to do so, but it will be insufficient. So what I'm asking you is two things. First, you ask yourself before voting for anything, does this make housing more or less expensive to provide and maintain? Finally, years or decades from now, are you granting powers to a special interest group that a future city council will wish you never granted when they finally have to have an adult conversation about housing policy? Thank you.
Next up, we have Adam Zucker, Peggy Moretti, and Nancy Crean.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Adam Zucker, and I'm a resident of the Laurelhurst neighborhood. I support the HRCP along with the amendments proposed by the Housing Oregon and Portland Neighbors Welcome, and wanted to use my time to share insights I've gleaned from during the nomination process for both the Buckman and Laurelhurst historic districts. By my account, one of the main drivers that led to nominating the Buckman neighborhood as a National Historic District was basically to limit housing density. How do I know this? This is exactly what one of the organizers told me after their appeal to LUBA for a new development failed. They told me that a National Historic District designation is the only tool that we can use to prevent new apartment buildings from replacing single-family residences. Ultimately, the proposed Buckman Historic District was denied by a majority of the property owners, but this was no trivial feat given by how democratic the historic nomination process is. In my mind, this outcome was only achieved because of the well-organized opposition campaign spearheaded by the late and great Greg Moulet, and because Buckman Neighborhood Association maintained a neutral position throughout the designation process, as well as hosted several impartial opportunities for neighbors to learn and discuss what it would be to become a historic district. Fast forward 5 years, and now I'm an owner in the Laurelhurst neighborhood. And once again, I find myself being subjected to another proposed National Historic District. But this time around, I felt like the Laurelhurst Neighborhood Association had its thumb on the scale of an already unfair nomination process. There were multiple one-sided articles shared in the neighborhood newsletter. And when I attended what was advertised as an information meeting regarding the proposed historic district, I find myself being subjected to classist propaganda from a smug building contractor who essentially asked for a 5-figure handout to buy and fix up the property at 3206 Northeast Gleason in order to prevent it from becoming 2 new homes and potentially preventing another family from moving into the neighborhood. This time around, the vote passed. In conclusion, what really irks me most about, especially as someone who appreciates historic resources, is that the well-to-do folks are commandeering the administrative National Historic District designation process as a means to thwart new development and local land use rules under the guise of historic preservation. This is why I support the HRCP and the proposed amendments that expand approval criteria for review. Thank you very much.
Next up is Peggy Moretti.
Hi, are you able to see me? I will start. I'm Peggy Moretti. I am the former executive director of Restore Oregon, testifying as a private citizen now and in support of the HRCP. You've been asked to and tasked with the stewardship of the places that embody our diverse cultural heritage, that provide housing, incubate businesses, and encapsulate untold volumes of old growth timber, old world craftsmanship, and thousands of tons of CO2. The recommended draft of the HRCP takes big steps in the right direction, providing much needed flexibility, greater accessibility, and a focus on diversity in underserved communities. And it does address some of the challenges of these processes in the past. I endorse the comments submitted by the Landmarks Commission, Restore Oregon, the Portland Coalition for Historic Resources, and echo the need for some small but essential amendments that will ensure City Council is fully empowered and equipped to address future decisions about what and how historic resources are passed forward to future generations. Amendments are needed to ensure that proper expertise is brought to decisions on future historic designations. I feel strongly the Landmarks Commission should be part of any recommendation that goes to City Council for new designations, along with the PSC, who has displayed such antagonism to preservation. And number two, that the city policy does align with Oregon's Goal 5 rules, especially regarding demolition review. Of course, some demolition happens, but all of the factors that are outlined in the Goal 5 rules must be considered so that a balanced decision can be made. You've heard a lot of unfounded, it's been painful to hear the unfounded accusations about preservation and the testimony from some folks who I'm sure mean well, but they think that removing protection from that tiny fraction, about 3% of the housing stock of Portland, is going to move the needle on affordability. There is absolutely zero data to support that position. You know, frankly, many in the preservation community would like to see stronger provisions, and you've got those that want to see weaker provisions. That might mean you've got a good balance here that's been established. I also want to point out that demolition is a major CO2 emitter. A 1,500 square foot house being demolished and replaced by a larger structure is the equivalent of 93 cars on the road for a year. So there's much to peel back here, and I appreciate your attention and all the work that's gone into this effort so far. Thank you.
Next up is Nancy Crane. Nancy, are you able to unmute? Nancy, you're muted. Maybe we should go on to the next three and then we can circle back to Nancy. Next up, we have Susan Hathaway Markser, Josh Wendroff, and Esther Westbrook. Go ahead, Susan. You're muted. Susan, you're muted.
Hello, my name is Susan Hathaway Markser. I have lived on Northeast 22nd Street between Thompson and Tillamook for over 50 years. I have been on the board for a long time of the Irvington Neighborhood Association. I can tell you that living here on this street in Irvington has hugely, positively helped and made my family's life stable and happy. long before Irvington was a historic district, it had a historic home tour. It started a historic home tour. And about the same time, it started its charitable giving committee, because we charged money to go look at the historic homes. People want to see these old, beautiful homes with the great woodwork inside and the big buffets and the big rooms and all the rest of it. And we took that money, we have now, and started this charitable giving committee. We developed policies and procedures and have a very tightly structured giving arrangement. We give the money away. We have given over $400,000 away to groups that help seniors and kids in our neighborhood. We have given money to Irvington School and Sabin School to buy library books. We have given money to Grant High School and Jefferson High School for their senior all-night parties. We have given money to Meals on Wheels and Project Linkage. And we helped Home Forward start a foot care clinic for the many people who live in those two buildings there who are diabetic or pre-diabetic. So all I can tell you is that a lot of people value these houses. They want to see them. And we have tried our very best to mingle the money and the good intentions. Thank you.
Next up, we have Josh Wendroff.
Hi there. Actually, I'm Hillary Wendroff. He had to go take my daughter to an after-school activity, and I'm actually slated to speak as well. I have his statement, so I could either read his statement or my statement. I don't know how you guys want to do it. I guess I could read his and then do mine when it's my turn.
Why don't you, since you're here, why don't you go ahead and, unless any of my colleagues object, why don't we give you the 4 minutes to read both?
Oh, that's a good idea.
And then you don't have to stick around and come back.
Okay.
We'll
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay. I will read mine first. My name is Hillary Wendroff. I'm an Irvington resident. Removing or downgrading the Irvington historic designation, in my opinion, is a bad solution to the city's housing issues. Recent experiences in allowing subdivisions and apartment buildings have not lowered housing prices, as the resulting properties just created more high-rent townhomes and apartments. Let's take the 2 new townhomes built on the corner of Northeast Fremont Avenue and Northeast 15th. They were touted as a solution to the affordable housing crisis, putting 2 structures where there was previously 1 single family home. Those 2 townhomes just went on the market for $849,000 and $799,000 respectively. In no way could these townhomes be considered affordable. The idea that allowing developers to take down irreplaceable historic homes and put up new multi-unit properties or subdivide existing properties will alleviate the housing issues in Portland is just incorrect. Not only will it not make housing more affordable, it will irreparably harm the fabric of the city. These houses and neighborhoods are what give Portland its character and make it a place people want to live. Once destroyed, it cannot be replaced. If Portland is serious about solving the housing crisis, rezoning Irvington is not the way to go about it. The time it will take for there to be a meaningful change to the housing stock by way of rezoning Irvington is many years out and will make an insignificant difference overall. You will be damaging the character and history of the city by changing these old neighborhoods in ways that can't be undone for little to no gain. Instead, if you actually want to impact housing stock in Portland, the city needs to alter the growth boundary. That is the way to make a quick and meaningful change, not just a statement that does little to address the actual problem. That was my statement. My husband, Josh Wendroff's statement is this. He wanted to thank everybody for giving himself a chance to speak. And he wanted to point back to the testimonies of Jared Morris and Rich Roberson, and particularly Heather Chatto, who made the case much better than we could, being just lay residents. My husband and I moved to Portland 5 years ago, in large part because of the character of the city and its many unique neighborhoods. Before Portland, we lived for a long time in a part of Los Angeles that had historic homes, but no protections around demolition and redevelopment. We can tell you that it did not result in more or better access to affordable housing, but it did make a lot of developers a lot of money as they took down old, modest homes and replaced them with very expensive new developments. These changes did not make housing any more accessible or affordable, but it did dramatically and negatively impact the character of our neighborhood. And once that is gone, it's gone forever. There are plenty of opportunities for reuse of existing structures, but it's short-sighted to allow these historic houses to be destroyed and redeveloped, especially when it will not help reach the stated goals. Thank you.
Next up, we have Esther Westbrook.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. My name is Esther Westbrook, and I live in Irvington in the southwest corner of the neighborhood that was redlined decades ago. My home was built in the early 1900s. Most of the buildings on my block and my street are multifamily homes and small apartment buildings. The missing middle is already here in Irvington. It's a racially and economically diverse area, and I love living here. I am testifying against any changes to the HRC that would weaken existing demolition protections. First, the proposal goes against the stated goal of sustainability. The most sustainable building is the one that is already built. Also, and this hasn't been mentioned yet, demolitions typically involve the destruction of mature trees. The inner east side is already overburdened by air pollution and suffers the heat island effect. Further reducing the tree canopy will only worsen pollution and climate impacts on our communities. Second, and more importantly, the proposal will not accomplish the goal of increasing affordable housing. There are no provisions that require any new housing to be built that is more affordable than the housing it is replacing. All over the city, particularly the east side, I see existing affordable housing being torn down, renters evicted, and new luxury homes being built. This is only furthering gentrification of our neighborhoods. I haven't seen any convincing data that RIP has improved the affordable housing situation in Portland. On the contrary, housing costs have continued to rise unabated. If the goal is more affordable housing and increased equity, this proposal is not the way to make that happen, and it doesn't reflect the economic reality. This proposal would not benefit existing Portland residents. It will mainly benefit owners of rental properties, home builders, developers, and real estate agents. It will actually harm Portland residents, especially the renters that will lose their homes. I suspect that these are the entities bankrolling Portland Neighbors Welcome and who crafted the talking points that all of those folks shared, accusing people who want to preserve historic buildings of being racist and asking for special treatment. As others have discussed, this proposal goes against state land use goal number 5, which is meant to preserve historic places. The council should not destroy something valuable in the service of AstroTurf progressive buzzwords and maximizing developer profits. Instead, we should be expanding historic protections to other neighborhoods, including lower. Thank you.
Let's try to see if Nancy Crane was able to get connected. Nancy, can you unmute? Okay, let's go on to the next group.
Elin, maybe is there a way we could reach out to Nancy via email or something? Maybe just have her call in. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, sure. We'll reach out to Nancy.
She's been with us for all these hours. It must be frustrating for her not to be able to get in. So if we can help her, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, next up we have Brooke Best, Paul Falsetto, and Jonathan Greenwood.
Okay, I'm Brooke Best, speaking today as a member of the Architectural Heritage Center's Advocacy Committee and PCHR. This ambitious effort is an important step by the city to come into alignment with Oregon's Land Use Goal 5 rules. Previous PCHR testimony has expressed concerns about the provisions addressing designation, delisting, the definition of demolition, as well as demolition criteria, which are at odds with Goal 5. We're also concerned about the composition and the role of the Historic Landmarks Commission. PHLC should have a co-equal role with PSC in making recommendations to City Council. They're the ones with the expertise, not PSC. We fully support ARCHCP updates that advance 4 main areas, including racial equity, that encompasses updates to the citywide inventory and creating a cultural resources plan to recognize places and spaces that reflect Portland's diverse communities. This provision has to include adequate funding, or it is just aspirational. On the issue of climate action, there's a huge disconnect between historic preservation and pro-density advocates. Unfortunately, we cannot build our way to sustainability. Our historic buildings, particularly adaptive reuse options, are part of the solution. We're not saying the entire solution. It's not an either or, it's a both. In terms of housing affordability and anti-displacement, preservation plays a major factor in Portland's economic vitality. Lastly, cultural heritage. Increases in protection to conservation districts works to create better preservation equity and correct a long-standing disparity between protections for historic neighborhoods to tell the story of underrepresented communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Falsetto, and I'm an architect who lives and works in Portland, and I have a specialization in historic preservation. I support the HRCP package as developed by BPS in that it better aligns preservation efforts with the goals laid out in the 2035 comp plan, which in part was its charge. The fact that you have folks on different sides of the equation offering their own amendments might show that BPS got the plan just about right. I am concerned, though, with some of the proposals that want to tip the balance further away from the goals of preservation. The story of a city is told in large part through its physical environment, and maintaining that storyline is based on the retention of the integrity of historic landmarks and districts. The principal responsibility for this is a well-trained BDS staff and a well-qualified landmarks commission, and we're lucky enough to have both of those. There is a proposal to reduce the level of responsibility by the Landmarks Commission, for instance, changing a Type 3 review to be a staff-only review. And I find this to be extremely troubling as it removes the Commission's expertise from the adjudication process, and it also removes the fact that they do it in a public setting with the opportunity to hear public testimony. Why, I ask, would we go to a less public and less daylit procedure than what we have now? The ability for the Landmarks Commission to have a say in the height and massing of new buildings is critical in maintaining the integrity of a historic district. The challenge we have is that we have two potentially conflicting viewpoints and goals. The maximum heights and FAR set by the zoning code don't necessarily correspond with the physical reality and storyline of a historic district. It has always been understood that these two would be in conflict, and the use of a knowledgeable entity would review and make a proper call. It was rightfully decided that this would be the Landmarks Commission, and they've been doing it now for decades successfully and protecting the integrity of our historic districts. I believe that this process should continue. And a testimony, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Next up, we have Jonathan Greenwood.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay. Hello, I am Jonathan Greenwood. I support both the Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon amendments. First, include a history of racial covenants as a reason for council to resize, demote, or remove a district's historic or conservation status. Do not allow communities to exclude building of more affordable housing if they have a history of segregation or exclusion. Second, allow historic resource review to reduce a building's height, FAR, or envelope by no more than 10%. We should not allow too much downsizing of new housing so we don't create uncertainty and delays for such development when relying on historic resource review. This will make building more predictable and cheaper, thus facilitating building of housing. Third, change all historic resource Type 3 reviews to Type 2 staff reviews. Staff reviews allow for more predictability and thus allow more affordable housing to be financed in areas that would be perfect for dense housing along corridors and transit routes. Fourth, expand approval criteria for demolition review in National Register districts to the maximum allowed by state law. Protect genuine historic assets while following a review process that will allow for maximum and affordable housing density if a building is to be demolished. Strong demolition protection should go to neighborhoods that adhere to local districts that are democratically overseen by council, not federal districts that exclude outside commentary. Finally, council should fund 2 studies to ensure that historic preservation values the full diversity of our city rather than just our most exclusionary enclaves. A study to prioritize reevaluation of district size and protection level if built on a history of racial and economic exclusion. A study to protect places that reflect BIPOC, LGBTQ+, and other underrepresented communities and remove resources from overrepresented communities. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Richard Mills, Wendy Rahm, and Walter Weiler. Richard, are you able to unmute?
Yes. That was successful?
Yes, we hear you.
Did you? Okay. I would like to address 3 sections of the proposed Historic Resources Code project. Section 33, 445, 40, C6 expands the commercial use of residential buildings by allowing retail uses in, quote, buildings located 1,500 feet or less from a transit station or 500 feet or less from a transit street with 20-minute peak hours service, end quote. This incentive would allow retail operations in almost every house in Irvington. One reason I live in Irvington is that retail operations are located mostly on the outer boundaries of the district. Under this incentive, any Irvington resident could open a cafe or have ticketed events on their residential property. This proposed extension of retail operations throughout the entire district would never negatively impact the residential nature of Irvington and should not be allowed. Section 33-710-060B removes the requirement for the Historic Landmarks Commission to include a historian or architectural historian. Instead, quote, at least 5 members must have professional experience, end quote, in one or more categories, including real estate, construction, community development, and finance. No historians would have to be included in the commission. Instead, all members could be real estate and construction professionals with obvious financial interests oriented towards demolition and construction rather than historic preservation. This requirement should not be removed. Section 33-846-040C2 allows the historic district designation to be removed or reduced, quote, if the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan are equally or better met by changing the level of protection, end quote. This type 3 review could be initiated by the Planning and Sustainability Commission or any concerned party. This proposed change is much more lax than the existing code, does not comply with the Oregon Goal 5 rule, and should not be included in the HRCP. Thank you.
Before you call the next person, do we still have our closed captioner, correct?
I'm trying to find out how long they'll be available.
How many more people do we have?
Oh, we have 47 more on the call.
Okay, that's a lot, but I'd like to go, well, well, first of all, we need closed captioning, so that may be a limiting factor. Do we have, what do we know from our closed captioner?
So I just heard that they can stay on for a little bit longer, but
define a little bit, please.
They didn't say. My guess is probably 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. Lindsay, or geez, oh my, hang on.
It's Lauren. I'm on the call.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. Sorry, I'm having one of many moments today. Lauren, we are required to have a closed captioner or not?
Yes, we need to have closed captioning on.
Okay, so obviously what we're going to have to do, colleagues, when we lose our closed captioner at say 5:25, we will have to continue this session to another day. We'll leave public testimony open, therefore written testimony will leave the record open unless I'm told otherwise. let's start working towards that. But we really need to be able to, when we have issues like this where we know we're going to have dozens and dozens of people sign up, we need to be able, I've got no plans tonight. So my preference would be to continue pushing forward, but we obviously can't do that if we don't have our closed caption. So if we're truly losing the closed captioner, let's assume that we're going to adjourn at 5:25.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll continue calling testifiers. Next up, we have Wendy Rom.
I'm Wendy Rom, speaking on behalf of the Downtown Neighborhood Association, or DNA. The next six speakers represent DNA-approved positions on the Historic Resource Code project. Why is it important to keep a strong, separate program for historic resources? Older buildings and sites are guardians of our stories and history. National registered buildings are designated after a rigorous process with national standards. Local landmark buildings and sites deserve equal recognition and protection. Both designations cast a broad net to capture who we are and how we got here. They call our attention to places we may not know about. Many stories remain to be uncovered and recognized, but once a building or site is gone, the stories disappear. Some recent nominees for National Register show the breadth of diversity. Darcell's home was designated, and 3 recently nominated African-American sites are the Golden West Hotel, a Baptist church, and a beauty salon and barber shop. Place matters. If destroyed, we all lose. We forget. Historic designations with strong protections ensure that we guard places that teach us about all groups' histories. By learning about each other, we build bridges. We must protect against pressures of demolition for profit. Older building stock is also a rich source of affordable housing. Rehabbed and seismically retrofitted, they provide less expensive housing than newly built housing. Repurposing older buildings is a key source of affordable and missing middle housing. Adapting them allows for increasing density without demolition and, importantly, without displacement of people. Keeping them, we reduce our carbon footprint, minimize landfill, conserve our natural resources. That's sustainable. Finally, they create Portland's unique sense of place that brings new residents, businesses, and visitors. Protection is integral to economic vitality. Please amend this proposal.
Next up, we have Walter Weiler.
Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, I am Walter Weiler, Board Chair, and speaking on behalf of the Downtown Neighborhood Association, the DNA. The DNA urges you not to change the role of the Historic Landmark Commission, the HLC, as the government decision-making body. Leave the decision-making to the Historic Commission, which has the expertise on historic preservation, rather than passing or even sharing it with Planning and Sustainability Commission, whose mission is not in historic preservation. The makeup of the Planning Commission reflects its goals by drawing primarily from real estate and developer fields. The proposal gives this authority to planning, which is also tasked with creating the policy and writing the code. Well, no commission should be given the authority to both write and enforce policy. Yet this is what the proposal does. As written, this proposal includes an unwarranted transfer of power from historic to planning. By reducing the role of historic, there may be a risk of loss of accreditation by the National Park Service as a certified local government. That could imperil much of Portland's history, including the recently acknowledged African-American sites. HLC must be the government decision-making body to administer the Historic Resource Code. Thanks for your time. A big pleasure.
Next up, we have LeJune Thorson, Dean Barnett, and Marion DeBar-Leben.
Hi,
Hi, I'm LaJune Thorson, representing the DNA. Please do not change the makeup of the Historic Landmark Commission. Dilution of the requirements for serving on this critical commission will only empower moneyed interest over the protection of diverse Portland histories and sites. The code change proposal permits a future HLC with no professional experience or expertise in historic preservation to make decisions on our behalf. Instead, we will have real estate developers, 2 other members with no specific experience or knowledge, and the remainder from fields such as finance, law, and urban planning. Those fields are already included on both the Planning and Sustainability Commission and the Design Commission. Making the HLC more like them is both perplexing and likely bad government. The membership and expertise of the Historic Landmark Commission must not be diminished by having professionals unfamiliar with historic preservation. Whatever Planning and Sustainability Commission's and staff purposes were for excluding the HLC from the most important decision-making processes, while diluting it, one can only guess. We need an advisory group with expertise in historic significance and preservation issues. After all, it was the HLC that recognized the multiple property listing for African American buildings, ignored until recently. Many are under threat of demolition for newer, larger, and more expensive buildings. Having a process with historic emphasis and expertise of these professionals is critical. The DNA urges you to consider an amendment requiring at least 5 of 7 members possess recognized and extensive professional experience and knowledge of local history, architectural history, historic preservation, and cultural anthropology. This is consistent with current code and best practices that value all histories, including those of minority and underserved populations. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dean Barnett.
Excuse me, I'm Dean Barnett, a downtown resident, and I'm speaking on behalf of the DNA. The DNA supports the undertaking of updating and creating a new historic resource inventory called the HRI. The principal question is funding, and City Council must commit to funding this important update. There are specific areas called out in Central City 2035, and they should be prioritized. More public input is needed on what standards for evaluation should be. The DNA also supports the inclusion of eligible properties in the HRI with or without owner consent. Underrepresented areas should also be prioritized in addition to those called out in CC 2035. That these underrepresented areas and populations have not been prioritized before has not been the fault of the zoning code, but an apparent failure of economic and political pressure in all areas of the city. Demolition of properties listed on the HRI have had no real protection, with the result that profit was prioritized over saving historic stories and buildings. Any property listed, even those not ranked in the 1984 HRI, should be included in the new one. This update should be additive, not subtractive. This requires an amendment initiating and funding the HRI requires your action. Thanks.
Next up, we have Marion DeBarde-Leben.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Marion DeBarde-Leben, and I am here as a member of the DNA, Downtown Neighborhood Association. I speak to the important support of the maintenance and protection of the National Register resources. The DNA supports the adaptive reuse as long as it does not compromise the qualifying characteristics of a property. Added disincentives for leaving a building unoccupied or not maintaining a property must be clearly stated in the code. Failure to enforce demolition by neglect encourages loss of important properties, especially those in underrepresented areas that developers look upon for profits. Regulations should be added that mandate repair and mitigation of hazardous conditions prior to demolition, including major fines for failure to abate. Enforcement of these code provisions must be observed. However, accompanying the priority needs to be a funding mechanism to incentivize preservation over demolition. It is too easy to create an analysis that appears to support a category of reasonable economic use. Yet, this is a threat to minority properties. The poster child of this is the Blanchet House, which falls to this criteria to allow the demolition of a property considered foundational to the Japanese American experience in Portland. A building doesn't have to be beautiful to be preserved to tell a significant story. It is the building that reminds us of this history. And when the building disappears, it is nearly impossible not to lose the story eventually. Minority stories need to be honored, and this category is too easy for side use. Thank you.
The next three, we have our Thomas Ray, Paul Weir, and John.
Before we hear them, I need to have a brief conversation with my colleagues. Keelan, for one moment. So colleagues, here's what we can do. I've been advised by legal counsel that we do not need to have the closed captioner available for the remainder of the evening. Keelan is trying to find another closed captioner on the fly, but that may not be possible. What is possible is we would continue, keep hearing testimony for as long as we can. And those who need closed captioning in order to be able to do their testimony, what we would do for them is we would make a separate accommodation to allow them to come back on a different time when we have a closed captioner so that they would still have the opportunity to testify. And the remainder of this hearing would be closed captioned prior to that, so that people who rely on closed captioning would have the opportunity to be able to read the rest of the testimony if they so choose. So I guess the question to you colleagues is, if we do that, number one, is that an acceptable resolution? And number two, are you able to stick around to the conclusion of the testimony tonight? I'm seeing a head nod from Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Mapps. Let's see if we can quickly. I'm seeing Rubio, Commissioner Hardesty. How long do we have you, Commissioner Hardesty?
I originally said I could stay till 6, and that still stands.
Okay, would it be acceptable to you, given that the record will be recorded, for us to continue and just get as many people tonight who've shown up and out of the way? And then you will have access to that record. I appreciate that.
And I'm happy to review the record later before our next conversation on this matter.
Awesome. And I figured you would, but I had to ask. Keelan, are you able to stay? And we have Lauren and Lindley. Are you able to stay, our legal counsel?
Yes, Mayor, I'm available.
Okay. So why don't we do that? It's not ideal, but it's a workaround, as they say. So we will continue testimony. Again, those of you who would rely on closed captioning, we will be losing our closed captioner about now. We will make that accommodation, and we'll discuss that at the end of the hearing. And we will, of course, publicly post that resolution.
Can I Mayor, because I imagine those that require closed captioning and want to take advantage of that accommodation are planning on potentially signing off. Is it possible, Keelan, for them to direct message you that they require the closed captioning, and then you can go ahead and create that list?
Yeah, and let me clarify. The closed captioning will continue in the meeting itself. So what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen will continue. We're just going to lose the closed captioning that gets broadcast to YouTube and Channel 30.
Got it. But the Open Signal will be able to add closed captioning to that after the recording, and anyone who is interested can then view it online afterwards. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll work with the captioner to get that done post-production.
Okay, so Lindley, correct me if I'm wrong, but given that the closed captioning will continue in the Zoom and everyone testifying will have the access, I don't think we need to provide that accommodation at a future hearing. Instead, everyone can just continue to testify tonight.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like you resolved it. Good. Colleagues, any questions before we move on to continue testimony? Not seeing any. Okay, good. Thank you,
Mayor.
Commissioner Ryan. Yeah.
No, I just was thanking you for plowing through, since we have people here from the community to testify. So thank you.
And it's not like any of us have any great social life anyway. So I'd rather hear this. Let's continue without further ado. Thank you all.
Next up, we have Thomas Ray, Paul Weir, and John Liu.
Oh, John.
I'm Thomas Ray, and I continue the testimony for the Downtown Neighborhood Association. It is essential that the Historic Resource Code recognize, maintain, and protect all existing National Register resources at the highest level of protection review. This proposal demotes properties on the National Register, leaving them with greatly reduced protection to almost none. These properties passed a very high bar to achieve their recognition. Equally high protection should apply to all National Register resources, including those named after 2017. Their protection should be no less than for local historic resources. In fact, many current National Historic Register resources are also designated as local historic resources. It is unnecessary and counterproductive to diminish the role and significance of National Register properties. Equal protection for local landmark and National Register resources should be the goal. No benefit is gained by reducing protection. Doing so could result in the loss of significant historic resources, including some soon to be added to the National Register, including those mentioned African American properties. Greater protection of local historic resources can be provided without reducing protection of National Register resources. The DNA would endorse such an amendment. Demoting, reducing protection of National Registry properties, along with proposed revisions like reducing the role of the HLC, risk the loss of our accreditation by the National Park Services as a certified local government. An extensive amendment or rewrite of the designation section will be necessary and essential to achieve the equality of protection for our most important treasures. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Paul Weir.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Weir. I'm a member of the DNA, and I'm speaking on their behalf this afternoon. One of the stated purposes of the HRCP is to provide protection for Portland's historic resources, irreplaceable assets. Yet the proposed amendments actually reduce protection, ease the process for demolition, and the allowed destruction of a resource's significant qualifying properties. The demolition review exemptions have been significantly expanded to include alterations to historic resources that remove 50% of a Wall Street facade, 50% or more of the exterior walls, and 50% or more of roof areas. The extent of these alterations constitutes demolition as defined by state law, including any act that destroys in whole or part a significant historic resource such that its historic significance is lost. The extent of these alterations constitutes demolition as defined by state law, including the proposed allowed alterations are excessive. Removal of far less than 50% of these elements from a historic resource will result in the loss of its historical significance and constitutes demolition. The proposed amendments are in violation of state law and Oregon administrative rules. The proposed amendments compromise required protection and will result in the loss of Portland's historic resources. The proposed amendments are not necessary nor justified. The DNA recommends that the proposed amendments to expand the allowed exemptions from demolition review should not be included in the HRCP.
Time is up. Next up, we have John Liu.
I'd like to share my screen, please. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. My name is John Liu. I'm testifying for the Portland Coalition for Historic Resources. Referring you to my written testimony dated October 27th, I'm going to focus on just one thing. It's been mentioned before, but I'm going to put it right in front of you. So under the HRCP, you will not in the future have the ability to hear from your own Historic Landmarks Commission in a historic district decision, right? So this is the relevant code section I have on the screen, and you can see what is being changed right here. Currently, the code says the commission gets to recommend to city council on historic district decisions. You're being asked to change to take out those words so that in future, your own commission, the only city body that is expert on historic matters, will only be able to give advice to another body, which may or may not pass it on to you. This is really, really important because you're going to be asked to designate more diverse range of districts in the future. So for example, African-American historic districts in North Portland, often those buildings are kind of plain, right? Their history is from the people who lived and loved and worked and organized there. You're going to need some expert advice on which of those areas should be preserved and which should be gentrified through demolition. It's going to be really important that you have the most and the best advice you can as a city council. And yes, the Historic Landmarks Commission has both representation from and deep expertise in the history of Portland's communities of color. So please do not silence the HLC. Please leave the highlighted paragraph as it is, and that will give you the information to make the very best decision for the city of Portland and all its communities in the future. Thank you so much.
The next three are Constance Beaumont, Eric Von Julia, and Tricia Patterson.
Yes, the historic land.
Constance, are you able to unmute?
As it is, and that will give you the information to make the very best decision for the city of
Constance
and all its communities in the future.
Can you hear me?
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm hearing another voice. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Constance Beaumont, Eric Von Julia, and Tricia Patterson.
Okay.
Somebody has the YouTube on. So please turn off, if you're listening to this through another means, turn it off while you're testifying. Otherwise, it's going to drive you nuts.
Yeah.
Constance, are you playing the meeting in the background?
I don't know what's going on here. I do hear a voice in the background, but I don't know how to stop it.
Another voice.
Why don't we go on to the next person and we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Let's go to Eric Von Julia.
Hello, longtime listener, first time caller here. My name's Eric Von Hool. I'm an Irvington resident. I've been here for 4 years. I've lived in Portland for a total of 9. As a renter here in Irvington, I'm only able to live in this neighborhood because of multifamily housing that would be considered non-contributing structures to the district. I'm testifying in support of the HRCP, but I do urge you to make sure that historic preservation is not allowed to preserve the exclusionary history of these communities like Irvington. Outcomes and not just the seemingly benign intentions here do matter. As others have said, the history of neighborhoods like Irvington have included racial and economic exclusion, and even sadder, some homeowners have made it clear that they want to use the historic preservation process to ensure that these ignominious vocabulary word histories are locked in by trying to make themselves exempt from democratic oversight. But that is how it is with the National Register process. A small group of homeowners would get to override city council and ignore their less affluent neighbors. Renters don't have a say there. This would be an abuse of the historic preservation process and should not be allowed. Focusing on preserving historic houses does in fact preserve economic segregation in many cases. The architecture of a neighborhood should not be an excuse to exempt itself from the recent reforms made in support of housing and tenants. In closing, I support the amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. Thank you.
All right, let's try Constance again. Constance, are you able to unmute? All right, let's go to Tricia Patterson.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Hi, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Tricia Patterson. I'm a board member at Portland Neighbors Welcome, and I fully support the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. We've heard some really great testimony today. It's been a very long day on the HRCP, and I wanted to add a comment on historic covenants, racial covenants, and the mapping of this prejudice. So many of you will recall the 2018 archive project by Greta Smith, who was a PSU student, and the map that she made of a few racial covenants in and around Portland that she created from deed research. This project and many efforts across the country created a pathway for others to see just how prevalent this practice was so that we can more fully understand the ramifications today. And I have this interest because when we talk about historic resources, we can get into the weeds of designation, recommending bodies, review codes, but it's so critical that we remember the overarching reason why we are visiting this section of the code in the first place and why we're talking about historic districts. And that is the wholesale endorsement of racial covenants as a segregation strategy and the financial and legal backing of this racist practice by banks, insurance companies, and our government. And even though racial covenants were outlawed in the 1968 Fair Housing Act, the ramifications of the decades that this practice was in place are still felt today. The relatively tiny amount of information we concretely have and how much more there is still to sift through is illustrative of just how widespread, accepted, and endorsed the practice of racial covenants were. And this is especially salient today where we've heard so many people complain that adding some gentle density to the existing housing stock in housing in the historic registry won't make much of a difference. That they say that these neighborhoods are only 3% of the city's residential area. But honestly, these are the neighborhoods that we should be targeting because that 3% of the city is a much higher percentage in high opportunity neighborhoods and low displacement risk neighborhoods. Those are the neighborhoods we should be targeting. And I'll leave you with a quote. I want this to be quick. I'll leave you with a quote from Kimberly Crenshaw that I've been thinking on for the last few days. It goes like this: you have to dig a little on the ground you think you stand on so that you can actually see how much that you take for granted in society is actually layers upon layers of inequality. Thank you.
All right. It looks like Constance may have dropped off. Let's move on to Joan Pettit, Misha Sinclair, and Nora Lehman.
Hello, my name is Joan Pettit, and I own and live in a beautiful historic home built around 1905 in the Elliott neighborhood, part of historic Albina. I support the HRCP and the amendments proposed by Housing Oregon and Portland Neighbors Welcome. I live just a few blocks away from Irvington, so I know that Irvington and Elliott aren't that different. In fact, most of the houses in Irvington are newer than my house and the houses in my neighborhood. Yet my neighborhood doesn't have the historic designation of Irvington. And I think we all know why. It's not because of the ages of the homes, but because of who lived in those homes. My family, my multiracial family, wouldn't have been allowed to live in Irvington just a few decades ago because of redlining and racial covenants and various legal and extra legal structures. I know that some folks are very tired of hearing about this history of racism. And I know that my neighbors in Irvington are welcoming people because on my daily walks there, I see all sorts of nice yard signs about how Black Lives Matter and no human is illegal and love is love. And I think my neighbors mean these things, but we can't only look at intentions anymore. We need to look at outcomes. The scholar Ibram X. Kendi has a great framing for this. He says that racism is baked into policies, and we need to look at the outcomes of policies. If a policy makes it harder for people to change old houses or fix their garage or build more houses in white neighborhoods, and the outcome is that fewer Black and brown people live in those neighborhoods, then that's a racist policy. Historic districts have made it harder for brown and Black people and people with fewer resources to live in our city's loveliest neighborhoods. And we all want to live in nice neighborhoods with lots of trees and sidewalks. Many Portland residents don't have that. We have a lot of problems in Portland right now, including a housing crisis. I don't think we should be giving more protection, more time and energy to protecting the wealthiest, most exclusive neighborhoods. Those folks, their houses, they're going to be just fine. What we need is for them to get a little bit better at sharing what they have so more Portlanders can benefit. Thank you.
Next up, we have Nora Lehman.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Good evening, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. My name is Nora Lehman and I live in the Humboldt neighborhood. Like many others at this hearing, I support the goals and reforms of the Historic Resource Code project and ask you to adopt the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. Cities are not static and neighborhoods should not be preserved in amber, despite what some affluent homeowners and old building enthusiasts would like to believe. All places become historic after enough time has passed, but the ones that get officially designated historic always seem to be the ones where wealth and privilege has been concentrated over the decades through exclusionary practices. I note that my own neighborhood, Humboldt, among many others, has houses of similar vintage to Irvington, for example, and yet I don't see anyone trying to designate it a historical district. Allowing the people who already have the privilege of living in affluent neighborhoods to continue this tradition of exclusion by exempting themselves from the residential infill project that City Council adopted just last year is unjust. These questions must be seen in the context of the ever-worsening climate crisis. We cannot forget that global heating is coming for all of us with a tsunami of disruptive change. To combat the worst of it, we know that we need our cities to be much denser and much greener and have many fewer cars and be much more walkable and bikeable. And we need those things much, much faster than they are currently happening. Many of the older voices I have heard testify this afternoon do not seem to understand this. Without further action from City Council, the historic preservation process will continue to be a tool used to further entrench histories of racial and economic exclusion, allow rich neighborhoods to avoid playing by the same housing rules as the rest of the city, and make it even more difficult for Portland to meet its climate targets. Please adopt the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome to speed our city on its path to becoming more equitable and more adapted to our harsh climate future. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Misha Sinclair.
Hello, my name is Mika Sinclair. Can you hear me all right? Excellent. I live in Ladd's Addition in a historic contributing house. I bought it several months ago, and one could say that a large part of my retirement plan is in this house and keeping its level of affluence. And I'm here to say, please don't worry about that when there are people that do not have homes, when there are families that are struggling to have multiple people in the same room of an apartment. We need to prioritize the crises that are at hand, both environmental and social. The I'm going to speak a little bit more anecdotally than other people. We, for example, in Ladd's Addition have the HLC guidelines, and I've had to run into this where these expert guidelines aren't experts in everything and are still to this day demanding that invasive species of trees be planted on the city's right of way. Trees that are
recording stopped.
Prohibited. Trees that are specifically
recording
prohibited
in progress
by city forestry, and these are being used by neighborhood associations like HANDS and the Landmark Commission, HLC, which there's a lot of cross-pollination I've found to browbeat people into doing things that are environmentally unsound. I'll also like to speak to the idea that not all of the inequity is intentional. I can tell you that my wife, who is a woman of color, within the first month had somebody walk up to her and say, "You should have kept the house white." That was upsetting. And yes, we're also painting the house, but she felt the Double Entendre was clear, and so do I. There is still inequity. There is still an outlook that poor people bring crime, as we heard in an earlier testimony, that his big fear in adding housing for the poor would be an increase in safety. These things need to be called out. Thank you very much.
Let's try Constance Beaumont one more time. Constance, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Oh, yeah, sorry I was having all those problems. I don't know what was wrong. But, well, I won't repeat some of the arguments or points that were made earlier by the members of the Downtown Neighborhood Association or by John Liu, but in general, I agreed with the points that they made. I think that the HRCP proposal, insofar as it would dilute requirements for relevant experience on the part of Historic Landmark Commission members, that's not a good thing. The current requirements for Landmark Commission members should be retained. And in a similar vein, I feel that the Landmark Commission should continue to play a primary role in decisions regarding historic resources. I'd like to just mention several key benefits of Portland's historic resources that the council should consider. One is they are important to Portland's economy, especially as it relates to historic tourism. Secondly, and this view is, the next view I'm going to express is based on my 18-year tenure with the National Trust for Historic Preservation in Washington, D.C., when I visited historic areas in well over 100 cities. That experience caused me to conclude that a defining feature of most historic areas is their pedestrian friendliness. That's due to the design and architecture and the trees. And that is a feature that motivates people to walk more and drive less. We need to be concerned about getting people out of their carbon emitting cars and encourage them to walk more, and preserving existing pedestrian friendly neighborhoods and insisting that new development be more pedestrian friendly are two things that the city should do. Finally, although we need more and more affordable housing, it's not necessary to trash one community asset to create another. I'd just cite one example of a preservation housing collaboration, and that's the historic Mann House in Laurelhurst, which is being renovated and converted into 129 units of affordable housing. Thank you for your time and your consideration of these views.
Next up, we have Carrie Richter, Sam Stuckey, and Sarah Iannarone. Carrie, are you able to unmute?
Excuse me. Yes, I can. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Carrie Richter, and I fully support adoption of the HRCP. I would like to offer 3 points in response to some of the amendments advocated for today. First, entitling height and FAR as a matter of right for affordable housing is a bad idea because the Landmarks Commission must have the ability to sculpt by providing setbacks or step backs on buildings. In fact, this is common practice in Chinatown, East Portland, Kenton, south side of Irvington, and Alphabet. The Seven Corners project on 20th and Southeast Division was a huge success because it maximized height, but also used sculpting to make the development compatible. Second, I ask that you reject amendments that provide blanket demolition by right authorizations. Zoning Code 33-846-080-2D, as already exists in the code, provides for a balancing of public policies, including economic consequences of demolition, as well as the merits of new development when making these determinations. With all due respect to the middle housing advocates, a historic single-family house will always be able to be converted to a duplex. If the house is large, it could be internally converted. If the existing house is small, an addition, either attached or detached, could be added. With all due respect to those concerned with redlining and racism, where were you when I and my fellow preservationists were in the trenches this summer fighting tooth and nail to save the Yamaguchi Hotel from demolition with documented connection to the Asian American heritage, only perpetuating further erasure? Thank you so much for your consideration of these comments.
Next up, we have Sam Stuckey.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening now. My name is Sam Stuckey, and I'm both a member of Portland Neighbors Welcome and also the Old Town Community Association and a board member on the committee member with the Old Town Chinatown Land Use and Transportation Committee, although I'm speaking on my own today. First off, I would like to just point out that there's been a lot of conversation so far on whether or not historic preservation does or does not promote development, the creation of new housing and economic opportunity, both for privileged communities and those that have been historically disadvantaged in our city. And I would like to point to Old Town and Chinatown and the current condition of underdevelopment and blight that we experience daily down there. I've worked down there for many years, and this conversation is the conversation among members of our community association and members of the land use committee. Historic preservation is not the only reason that Old Town continues to slip further and further into disrepair, but it is a main one. It is a major barrier to economic development. We hear it time and time again from people that would like to build housing, would like to build new businesses in Old Town and Chinatown, and consistently run up against ambiguous rulings from the Historic Landmarks Commission, or just dissuaded from entering their investment into the neighborhood altogether due to uncertainty. So I'd like you to carefully read the testimony from the official testimony from our organization, from the Old Town Community Association. And I don't think what we're asking for is going to hurt preservation of our shared history, but enhance it through enhancing the economic viability of our district. There are a number of members of our community that are going to speak towards the end of the testimony today. They're way at the back of the line. I hope that you guys can stay on and listen diligently to the stories they have to tell, because they are very telling. I won't take any more time. I appreciate you. Have a great night.
Next up, we have Sarah Iannarone.
Hi, it's actually Iannarone, but I guess when you lose the election, no one knows how to pronounce your name. Anyway, I'm here as a dues-paying member, actually, of Portland Neighbors Welcome, and I wanted to clear the record up a little bit. There was some assertion earlier on that was an AstroTurf effort with a lot of deep pockets, and I can assure you, these folks are a civic gem. They've been showing up for years to pass pro-housing policy, working at the grassroots, making sure that different sets of voices are included. And I'm really thankful for their work, and I support the amendments that they've put forward on this HRCP, and also in tandem with Housing Oregon. We have a lot of people in the city who care an awful lot about its future, and that's clear. And I think it's important for us to remember that it's really these people who are the treasure here, and that the buildings are just a part of what this city is about. And I work in Old Town. My office is right there at Northwest 6th and Gleason, in a very old building, and it is ringed on every side of the block by tents, edge to edge to edge. And this is the problem that we are facing today. There are other things that we have to acknowledge, and you've heard from people like Tricia Patterson, who talked about the fact that exclusionary zoning is racist, period. There are a lot of people making very convincing sounding arguments about how we should think about this or that or this or that, and they're not really reasonable arguments when you look at the history of racism in Portland. It's that simple. And we need to be thinking about these things through different lenses, through different frames. No one here is advocating that we destroy priceless historic treasures in the city. What we're trying to advocate for is access to opportunity, access to transportation. We know 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation. Think of how many people could live in these affluent inner neighborhoods if they were zoned properly, or where people can have access to things like the Orange Line that runs right through Eastmoreland. So I think it's important for us to not weigh these as two very equal sides of an equation, but there are folks who are fighting for an equitable, climate smart future, and there are folks who are fighting to persist an inequitable status quo. So I hope you will side with the future and not the past. Thanks, and keep up the good work. I know it's late. Appreciate you.
Next up, we have Atul Acharya, Susan Gibold, and Dean Gibold.
Mayor Wheeler, commissioners, my name is Atul Acharya, and I live in the Kearns neighborhood. I'm on the Portland Neighbors Welcome Board, but I'm speaking in my personal capacity only. I support the HRCP reforms, but I urge this council to go further. In passing RIP and DOZA, this council made great strides towards enabling our city to grow and house everyone who wants to live here. These reforms were pro-housing and pro-tenant. They were a model for cities around the country. But, of course, not everyone likes them. Exclusionary committees vigorously opposed their passage, and they continue to oppose them now. And having lost the battle in zoning reform, they're turning to historic preservation as their tool for exclusion. Historic preservation, abused, is a theft from the unhoused. This council is right to consider reforming it, but to ensure that exclusionary neighborhoods cannot use the historic preservation process to opt out of RIP and other reforms, the council must act to strengthen the proposal. Specifically, if a district has a history of racial covenants, that should be a reason for the council to resize, demote, or remove its historic or conservation status. If we permit communities with a history of segregation to rely on history to continue to enforce segregation, we might as well build a statue to Robert E. Lee and rename I-84 the Jefferson Davis Expressway. The council should also limit how much historic resource review can spot downzone a project. No more than a 10% reduction in height, FAR, or envelope should be allowed. Historic preservation is not a veto by the housed against those seeking housing. The council should also expand approval criteria for demolition review in National Register districts to state law limits. Exclusionary communities are already looking at the National Register as a way to circumvent democratic oversight over local, historic, or conservation districts. The council should not reward them for seeking to bypass local democratic control. It should refuse to protect National Register districts any more than is required by state law. The supposed purpose of historic preservation is to honor and protect history. Oregon and Portland have a shameful history of exclusionary practices from our state constitution to our property deeds. I urge the council to pass HRCP with these amendments to avoid honoring and protecting that history. Thank you.
Next up, we have Susan Gibold. Susan, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
My name is Susan
Just ask it, but can you-
Gisvold. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Susan Gisvold, and I'm speaking to you from Irvington, my home for the past 54 years. I will take you back to our house hunting days in Portland in 1967. We had arrived the year before from Minneapolis, had a baby, settled into our rental duplex in the Buckman neighborhood. Starting in the spring of 1967, our weekends were spent house hunting. At the same time, we read in the Oregonian that there were 60 children of color under the age of 2 available for adoption. Since we were interested in an interracial family, we applied to Multnomah County to adopt one of those children. I vividly remember my discussions with my husband that we should be looking primarily in the Irvington neighborhood because it was integrated. The neighborhood was 1/3 Black, and the local school was racially diverse. 2/3 of the students were Black. In May 1967, we attended the first Irvington home tour, showcasing 6 homes, which confirmed our Irvington decision. We bought a house and moved in November 1967. We eventually adopted 4 children of color and had 2 home products. All 6 children attended Irvington Elementary School. Our lives centered on the school and allowed us to build community and make a good school even better. Over the years, so many Irvington residents worked so hard to make it a place that championed diversity, architecture, and trees for everyone. For these reasons, I join those who are dismayed and disappointed by the amount of misinformation and demonization being displayed about how Irvington came to be. To those who suggest that my neighborhood is exclusionary, I say this: let's get real. Stop the name calling. Let's base decisions on fact and the truth. I've observed this history. I've lived it. For more than half a century, we have given our heart, time, and energy to make this a better place for everyone.
Okay.
Next up is Dean Gisvold.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes,
You can?
we can hear you.
Okay, good. My name is Dean Gisvold. I've lived in Irvington for 54 years, and I am the ICA Land Use Chair. Over 700 historic review applications have been filed by Irvington residents and businesses and have been processed by BDS and by the Irvington Land Use Committee. We have responded to 99% of those applications, and only 7 of them have been appealed. Let me give you some real facts about Irvington. And this information comes from Brandon and from city records. And the Irvington neighborhood has over 2,000 multifamily units, plus the 200 units at our public housing projects in Dalkey Manor and Grace Peck Terrace. That's 2,250 units and of multifamily housing. And then single family housing has somewhat less, 2,150. That's what's on the ground now. And those multifamily units are made up of 66 ADUs, 119 apartment buildings with 1,300 units, 33 condominium buildings with 250 units, 162 duplexes, 24 triplexes, et cetera. So exclusionary, we're not. In addition, the official Irvington school records from 2018-19 school year show that 47% of the students are students of color. That continues what my wife just said about what we found in 1967. Irvington supports the proposed exemptions, but we would request that if you're going to do a detached accessory dwelling of more than 200 square feet, it be it be used as an ADU. And finally, we support repair of windows. And you've heard a couple of people testify from that industry, and it would be somewhat like the deconstruction industry. It can be expanded and put more people to work because it's cheaper by 50%. Thank you, and putting up for my overtimeness.
Next up, we have John Zarnecki, Sarah Gilbert, and Emily Guise.
Okay.
I don't think we're.
John, you're muted. Are you able to unmute, John? Let's go to Sarah Gilbert.
Hi there, sorry.
We can hear you, Sarah. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted now. Will you try to unmute?
Sorry, I had to reconnect. I've been a tour guide in Portland for almost a decade now. And in the process, I've had a chance to really learn a lot about the history of all of the decisions that we've made as a city and the damage that has been wrought on communities like the Black communities in that some of which were in the Ladd's Addition neighborhood and other inner Southeast and Northeast neighborhoods, but have been historically damaged and dispersed. And when we talk about preserving history, we often ignore the history that is really important to the city, the history that's been erased. I don't think history really does stay in buildings. It stays in the stories that we tell, and we can tell those stories with or without the buildings preserved. I support the council's plan with the amendments by Portland Neighbors Welcome. And I urge us all to think about, when we talk about racist decisions and the ones that have been made in the past, remembering that we have all benefited from decades, if not a century and a half of extraordinarily racist decisions. And it's time to start rectifying those and really prioritize housing that is available to everyone. Thank you.
Emily Guise.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, commissioners and mayors. My name is Emily Guise, and I strongly support the amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon and encourage you to pass them without delay. For the past 3 years, I've lived in a rented apartment in the Foster Powell neighborhood. My apartment is actually gentle density housing, created 10 years ago when my landlord built 2 new units attached to the sixplex that already existed. Luckily, Foster Powell is not designated a historic district, so our landlord could build 2 apartments without going through extra hoops and spending extra money to conform to historic code. Thanks to that ability to build reasonably priced, gentle density, my partner, myself, and our cat live in an affordable apartment in a walkable, bikeable, and transit-friendly neighborhood, a rare thing in Portland. With the current affordable housing crisis in Portland, I wholeheartedly support the amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. They would allow thoughtful historic preservation while making it harder for historic districts to become obstacles to lower cost and affordable housing. Again, thank you for your time.
Next up is John Karnecki.
John, are you able to unmute? All right, let's go on to the next three. We have Fred Leeson, Louis McLemore, and Carter Oss.
Hi, my name is Fred Leeson. Good evening. Appreciate your patience. Want to make two quick comments. First, I encourage you to look at the memos from the Portland Coalition for Historic Resources and from the Architectural Heritage Center. Both raise 4 questions or 4 issues that I think are easily resolved and can be fixed without damaging any of the benefits in the rest of the HRCP. By ignoring them, I'm afraid you're really inviting some unfortunate legal disputes down the road that are going to be costly for everybody involved. The second thing I wanted to say is that I would assume that it's a tenet of modern public administration is that you want to get the best advice and the best expertise you can. If you're building roads or public works or the water works, or you're worried about the city budget, or you're doing bond issues, you want to get the best expertise that you can get to advise you. In that regard, what your proposal in front of you does is dilutes the Historic Landmarks Commission. You're taking away people with expertise, with on-the-ground experience in the vital parts of historic preservation. I don't understand why you're willing to accept less than the best in the biggest city in Portland that has more people with ability to provide information that's useful. I really think that is a step backward in public administration. And for the life of me, I don't understand why you're willing to do that. Thank you.
Next up, we have Louis McLemore.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Lou McLemore, and I represent the Billy Webb's Elks Lodge. The 95-year-old lodge is a cultural institution in the Albina neighborhood. Because of the city's efforts, our history was recently honored by listing in the National Register of Historic Places, an important first step towards recognizing and preserving Black history. There is so much more work to be done, to do, and one property listed is simply not enough. The Historic Resources Code project needs to be a tool for all communities to learn, share, and protect their history and cultural heritage in every part of Portland. Here's an opportunity to safeguard these special places like ours from irreversible loss. We support the work city staff has put into this draft. We support the much needed improvements to the inventory process and additional incentives for recognizing a diverse and wide array of historic places in all parts of Portland. Billy Webb's Elks Lodge asks that the council adopt the HRCP. We would ask that council revisit the demolition criteria, specifically D1 in this draft, so cultural heritage is not further erased in Portland. But we mostly ask that this council also put forth significant support and funding to update the historic inventory and offer more incentives for historic places. All communities, but especially communities of color, need to be invested in as well as counted, protected, and celebrated for their unique histories and contributions to Portland. Thank you.
Next up is Carter Oss.
Hello, City Council members. Thank you for hosting this important meeting and for staying awake today. My name is Carter Ossie. I'm a current master's student with the Historic Preservation Program at the University of Oregon. I myself am interested in a preservation career primarily because I believe this field has enormous potential for community members, architects, and city planners to foster urban environments of structural equity, aesthetic beauty, and sustainable design. The proposed Historic Resources Code project would allow the Portland Historic Resource Inventory to be updated for the first time since 1984. What I am proposing today is that the city provides additional funding for survey work in the future. This past spring, I had the pleasure of engaging in survey work and independent research for the Architectural Heritage Center. My research focused on historically significant African-American resources connected with the history of civil rights outlined in Cornerstones of the Community, as well as the multiple property documentation form filed for the Architectural Heritage Center. Sorry, that was a mouthful. Through my research, I found 28 extant historically significant civil rights affiliated resources in North and Inner Northeast Portland. Additionally, I found 4 historically significant civil rights resources that have been demolished since 1997 and replaced with new construction. In conclusion, community stories from the civil rights era through the buildings which helped tell those stories, as well as others, need to be given a voice within the city's future planning decisions. Additionally, such stories would be undermined if the city does not take more intentional steps to sponsor further research into significant community resources, which may be erased from the urban fabric if we're not careful in the near future. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, we have Tamara DeRitter, Rick Michelson, and Patrick Hilton.
Keelan, can we get the current count of people remaining, please?
Sure. May I provide that after this group?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and let these 3 testify, and just so we have some sense of where we are. And maybe what we'll do also is after this 3, take a very brief break just to give people an opportunity. Nick Fish used to call it a compassion break.
Okay, thank you. We have Tamara DeRitter.
Thanks. Hi, Tamara.
Are you ready for me?
Go ahead, Rick. We're going to.
Sure. I'm Rick Michelson, and I'm here to support the staff work that's been done on this important project. While not perfect, I'm particularly pleased that it provides local control for historic districts and resources, and we no longer have to use the odd workaround to get a National Register district established in order to get city regulations. But I am frustrated by the conversation and the rhetoric and the lack of facts in it. This is a very complicated issue, as you've seen, and as you've learned, and it's been complicated for years. But I think historic districts are important to us, and we need to recognize that. Historic districts are about memory, cultural history, and diversity. They help to avoid the modern disease of one size fits all. They're not just about protecting property owners. Ladd's Addition, for instance, is valuable to all of the residents of Portland who bike through there, walk through there, and drive through there. The downtown historic districts provide great economic opportunities for both locals and tourists in the area. The Alphabet District provides a diverse housing for its population, and its population is below Portland's median income and has a higher poverty rate than the city as a whole. Most of those are housed in historic buildings. And for another thing, historic districts are only about 3% of the area of the city. They're not getting in the way of affordable housing particularly. Not every site needs to be the same. Affordable housing needs to be a priority, but can be provided without trashing existing lower cost housing units. In Northwest, we chose to protect the smaller buildings in the Alphabet District by providing massive upzones just north of that district and get the balance of both. Portland's character is what it has become because we encourage a variety of neighborhoods with a variety of characters, and our historic districts are part of that variety. I've provided you some detailed recommendations on minor changes to the proposal in writing, and I hope you take those under consideration. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Next, we have Patrick Hilton.
I'm done.
Patrick, you're muted.
Okay. Adaptive reuse should be the norm, not the exception in Portland. Not just have this as an option that an owner can choose, but overly incentivize this and codify this, please. This would allow for history to live and teach through architecture like the Yamaguchi Hotel, and for beautiful places that bring people together like the Hawthorne Hostel to remain as part of the experience that is Portland. Yes to allowing garage demos and window redos, and yes to incentivizing and helping to finance ADUs, especially in historic areas. Planning Commission has a vested interest in redeveloping Portland. Landmarks Commission and other historic advocacy groups should be able to inform City Council on these issues. How about all Portlanders have a say in what district should be saved, not just the bureaucrats and people that live in that neighborhood or that own the buildings? I live by the airport, but areas like Sunnyside, Hawthorne, Alberta, and Irvington are important to me and enjoyed by people that don't live there. These are shared non-renewable resources for all Portlanders and Americans. That's what historic and vintage neighborhoods are. That's the difference. These neighborhoods are vital to the tourist economy and the well-being of Portlanders of all classes, colors, and creeds. For those of us not privileged enough to be able to go to Paris or even Disneyland for a grand architectural experience, these areas are our Paris. People that haven't been born yet or people that are saving up to visit here, they should be able to come here and experience the beauty of Portland's vintage and historic neighborhoods. If you go to Paris and New Orleans, do you really want to see the same dull apartment buildings we have here? Shouldn't they save the French Quarter for you? Our city is just as beautiful and wonderful as Paris. The vitality of cities in the future rely on them having old buildings because they are just better than boring, postmodern, vertical suburbia. I also want to comment on the divisive rhetoric of the Portland Neighbors Welcome. If you really think architecture should be punished for the sins of the past and destroyed, then I also suggest you stop riding around in Ubers and destroy your car, because Henry Ford was an anti-Semite. Oh, but you ride a bicycle? Well, you should destroy that too, because it was invented by a European, and worse than that, a German and a man. If you really cared about affordability, you would be advocating and innovating for bringing people together by sharing the wonderful architecture we have in the city, not dividing us by class and race and trying to destroy it. City Council people, please be pragmatic and practical with this vital non-renewable resource. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, that completes that group. We have 23 remaining.
All right, why don't we take a brief compassion break here at 6:21. Let's come back at 6:30. Does that sound good, colleagues? All right, I'm getting a thumbs up. All right, we'll see everybody at 6:30. We're in short recess.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up, we have Greg Buss, Stephen Cole, and Scott Jones.
Hi, thanks so much, Mayor and councilors. I'm a Laurelhurst resident and homeowner, and I wanted to speak in favor of the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon, and really the overall effort to build more housing in every part of our city. There are maybe more of us than you think in some of these neighborhoods. I grew up here in Laurelhurst. I went to Fernwood Middle School, Grant High School, which were quite diverse in the 1990s. I can relate to some of the older commenters from Irvington who were speaking to the neighborhood's, relative diversity and the community spirit there. I do not think they are ill-intentioned, but I do see a generational divide that is quite obvious in the comments that we've heard tonight. Those of us who have struggled to find and afford homes in close-in neighborhoods in recent years, who are starting families, compared to the perspective of those who bought their homes many decades ago. We simply need more housing. We need more affordable housing. We need more middle income housing. We need more housing, period. Because while Portland has changed and grown dramatically, Laurelhurst has not changed. And frankly, I think every neighborhood really needs to do its part to create the new Portland. That where my children can grow up and afford to live. I see the homeless encampments that we saw encircling the playground block at Laurelhurst Park this summer as connected to this question. Instead of adapting to a growing population, too many people are looking for ways to keep people out. And the critics, I don't see what they're proposing as a solution. So I say, let's make it easier to build more housing and to get people housed in Portland. Thanks very much.
Next up, we have Stephen Cole.
Good evening. My name's Stephen Cole, and I'm the president of the Irvington Community Association. First, as been previously stated, Irvington is surprisingly dense in population, as is over twice as dense as Portland overall. And contrary to the demonization of its residents by the proponents of making it easier to demolish historic homes, it is also more economically diverse than many realize. And we certainly did not apply for historic designation to keep people of color or lesser economic means out of the neighborhood. When my wife and I moved to Irvington shortly before it became an historic district, no one would have mistaken us for anything other than middle class. We became an historic district to stop opportunistic developers from demolishing historic homes, and that is our primary concern with these proposed changes. As has been stated, we approved of many of the proposed changes, such as those related to ADUs and solar panels. The solar panel changes should actually be enacted immediately because climate emergency outweighs all these discussions for tonight. And while we're already quite dense compared to other neighborhoods, we welcome even more density through the RIP changes, which, contrary to testimony, we are not trying to avoid. However, making it easier to demolish homes will not result in any additional affordable housing. It will instead result in soulless, cheaply built, yet very expensive replacements. Contrary to some testimony, we're not seeking to keep Irvington preserved in amber. We welcome increased density, and I, for one, would love to have even more economic diversity. But economic diversity won't happen with modern multi-million-dollar homes being incentivized. I'd also like to note, as has previously been stated, Irvington has a lot of apartments, including multi-story buildings. Many of those are located in areas which currently allow up to 8 stories. Thus, again, contrary to what's been stated, Irvington can take in quite a bit more density without making it easier for developers to demolish historic homes. What makes Portland a great place to live is a tapestry of different neighborhoods, which include different types of homes. Irvington adds to that tapestry. We should not be working towards a homogenized Portland. Portland is a better and more interesting place with different types of neighborhoods and homes, including neighborhoods like Irvington. Thank you.
Next up, we have Scott Jones.
Hi, my name is Scott Jones, and I've lived in Portland for 35 years and in the Humboldt neighborhood for 20 years. As steward for the past 2 decades of a 1907 house that I restored, I have witnessed numerous houses like mine being demolished right on my block and all around. Yet not one of the new giant multiplexes that have taken their places have housed low-income renters or owners and encouraged diversity like the houses they replaced did. Instead, they have been selling for $800,000 to $1.2 million each. They have gone to almost exclusively white people. They are made with toxic materials, and they have no solar panels. Of course, a new construction company isn't going to buy a $300,000 to $500,000 property with the intent to tear it down if they aren't going to profit multiple times over from it. As a short-term rental host, I experienced firsthand that every last one of our extant historic properties is central to my livelihood and health of our entire local economy. When my guests see ugly, super expensive new properties cropping up right near me in my neighborhood and beyond, in place of the historic treasures that had just been there, but are now gone forever, that hurts the most. We keep being told that Portland has a housing crisis, but are people who can afford to pay for housing sleeping in tents all around town? No, we have an income and cost of living crisis. While the whole issue is complex, there's no way that tearing down perfectly good old houses and replacing them with super expensive, non-eco-friendly multiplexes is anything less than a huge contributor to this crisis. As our city's current stewards of our historic treasures, please make sure that the HRCP incorporates the broad array of solutions presented to protect all our neighborhoods from the huge amount of demolitions that the city has so far allowed. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Rod Merrick, Andrew Demetrio, and Sean Sweat.
Can you hear me? Good. Good to see you all, and thank you for conducting this hearing. I'd like to first ask you to carefully consider the thoughtful concerns highlighted in the 4-point testimony submitted by PCHR. It draws from those with experience in the field of preservation, as well as those young and old with civic engagement, perspective, and deep concerns about Portland's future. Today, I'd like to focus on the importance of approving the Historic Resource Code project, but with much needed amendments to the current proposal. As it stands, the HRCP with 1,000 Friends Welcome Portland Neighbors would actually weaken Portland's already weak preservation regulations compared to other cities and do nothing for affordability. And there are those whose intention is to do exactly that. My concern is grounded in 10 reasons why it's so important to have a strong local preservation program. 1, preservation guides change to protect historic resources, our architecture, landscapes, and culture. Preservation is environmentally and ecologically the most sustainable form of development. Preservation promotes local craft skills and local businesses that supply products for those crafts. Preservation of existing structures limits demolitions that are the largest volume of material that is trucked to landfills. Preservation protects the treasures of the city for the education and enjoyment of visitors and fellow residents. Preservation promotes the sense of place that builds community and civic pride. Preservation drives tourism worldwide. Portland is very much in need of preserving its appeal beyond providing a landing place for exploration of beautiful landscapes beyond the metro boundaries. 8, preservation attracts investment in unstable and declining neighborhoods. Preservation is an expression of appreciation and provides soul to every place where it's practiced. And finally, and very importantly, all historic preservation districts comprise less than 3% of Portland's buildable land area. They contribute to housing affordability by preserving existing housing stock, which is often the most affordable housing, curbing speculative upmarket redevelopment, and discouraging demolition and displacement. We need more, not less. Thanks for your thoughtful consideration.
Next up, we have Andrew Demetrio.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. My name is Andrew Demetrio. I currently live in the Lloyd District. I'm admittedly a recent arrival to Portland, having moved here in August. Historic preservation is a value that I hold dear to my heart. I grew up in the Corvallis area and for a time served on the Benton County Natural Areas and Parks Board. During that time, we worked to preserve historic structures from the Palestine Church in Adair Village to the Commander's House in Fort Hoskins, preservations that educated and enriched their surrounding communities. The purpose of historic preservation should fundamentally be to educate and inspire the public. I worry that without the inclusion of amendments to ensure that historic district designations do not operate as backdoors to avoiding apartment construction, historic districts will become expensive enclaves that are effectively walled off for everyone but the wealthy, instead of serving as an educational resource that historic preservation is meant to be. Portland has done amazing work in ensuring that the city has ample supply of studio and one-bedroom apartments, which is what allowed me to move back to Portland, or move to Portland in the first place, allowing my partner and I to rent cheaply in the city center. We both fear that we'll be priced out and forced to leave Portland in the future should we ever have kids or require more space than the college dorm equivalent size that we have now. Existing homes in historic districts, which have the best access to opportunity as well as bike and pedestrian-friendly infrastructure, have daunting price tags that we will never be able to afford. The average home price in Laurelhurst is $858,000. In Ladd's Addition, $682,000. In Irvington, which is only 8 blocks from my front door, $860,000. My partner and I are both 24 years old and new to the city, but we want to stay for a long time. I urge the commission to consider the needs of the next generation of Portlanders when you're voting on amendments to the Historic Resource Code. While I am personally lucky enough to be plugged into city politics despite being a newcomer, the vast majority of newcomers are not. I urge you to support the amendments proposed by Portland's Neighbors Welcome, and I thank you for letting me speak.
Next up, we have Sean Sweat.
Oh, thank you. It's late, so this will be brief. First, I support the amendments that Housing Oregon and Neighbors Welcome have suggested. Second, I love historic landmark buildings. I do not support historic districts, except in the rarest cases when they have very small footprints. And then last, I don't want a few homeowners to be able to leverage a federal process to trigger a loophole that unilaterally will circumvent this council's zoning decision. So only the city council, in my opinion, should decide if a district receives historic zoning restrictions. So please pass this with those amendments and to take those decisions back from the feds and restore local control. Thank you.
Next up, we have Linda Nedekoven, Bill Levesque, and Linda McDowell. Linda, you're muted. Linda, are you able to unmute Linda Nedekoven?
Thought I was.
Oh, we hear you now.
Okay, great. Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your ongoing interest in this important work and your outstanding endurance this evening. My name is Linda Nedekoven, and I live in Ladd's Addition in the Hosford Abernathy neighborhood. I'm speaking as an individual this evening. I'm here to support the HRCP, to commend BPS and BDS staff for their hard work on the many complex issues involved, and to reinforce several concerns voiced by others in an attempt to strengthen the proposal. First, the primary role for the Landmarks Commission in designation of historic districts and a broader set of criteria, including those mandated by Goal 5 to allow council to better balance sometimes conflicting goals involved in demolition decisions. Furthermore, let's get going on developing the cultural resources plan and updating those building codes to facilitate adaptive reuse. We've been discussing our city's history of exclusionary practices and how wealth and privilege have been concentrated for decades in certain neighborhoods. I hadn't planned to talk about this, and time doesn't permit me to share the story of the amazing economic mood swings that Ladd's Addition has experienced. But I will send you some written highlights from the story of how the real estate community arranged to lure a significant number of our Asian American neighbors from downtown to Ladd's Addition. To my mind, a perhaps unintended win-win. As a multi-year veteran of the BPS Budget Advisory Committee, I want to close by saying, please don't let us down when it comes to funding for historic resources. This is an excellent time to be increasing our understanding of the facts developing a sense of a common understanding of our history, how we got here, and then how we can move ahead. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Bill Levesque.
Hi, I'm Bill Levesque. I'm the president of the Hawthorne Boulevard Business Association. We have submitted our written testimony, and I encourage you to take a look at that. I'm concerned about the logic of false choices inherent in much of the discussion. Historic preservation versus high-density housing. We want both. In fact, I think that a lot of the people on this call have a lot of the same values, a lot of the same goals, and we just have different ways of looking at the same set of problems, but we all have good intentions. It's important to state clearly that aesthetic is important. It is nothing to apologize for. We should all be able to state clearly that beauty is good. Is it subjective? Yes, it is. That doesn't mean it is unimportant. In fact, we all want beauty, and we should strive to make it available to everyone, everywhere. It's also important to clearly state what our long-term goals are. If we have a goal of affordable housing closer into the city center, that's good. But how much? Where? Let's get those goals clearly articulated. We've all seen entitled white people complain about gentrification while sitting in their brand new $700,000 townhome in a neighborhood that has a complex history of redlining and displacement of people of color. I used to live in San Francisco, so I saw it firsthand, and I would love to see Portland avoid this. If the goals aren't clearly understood, then any process we have in place and any argument we have is really just an enabler for developer profits. Developers are good, but government holds the responsibility to manage the development toward the goals of the citizens. Finally, it is important that we know where we're going. What will Portland look like in 50 years? And that's a really important question for us to get our arms around. What will it look like 50 years from now? Will it be 5-story buildings covering our commercial streets from end to end? If not, how much will be replaced? And it seems extreme, but just given some of the things that we've seen on the corridors already, what's to stop that from happening, or for it to be overwhelmed by 5-story multi-family units? If that's the vision, then let's clearly state that and have a discussion about that at a political level. Any changes made here should improve our course towards our vision. We have our recommendations for the updates, but it is our responsibility to make sure that any process or changes align clearly to the defined set of goals. I appreciate all the work you're doing and staying late and listening to us. Thank you.
Next up is Linda McDowell. Linda, you're muted.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we heard you. Try to unmute again.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay. I'm going to just say that I agree with the last person who spoke very vehemently. I grew up in the Irvington area. I now live in what's called the Sullivan's Gulch neighborhood in an apartment, and I feel very lucky to still live in this beautiful area. I firmly believe that we should keep our landmark commission populated with people who understand historic preservation. I mean, we've seen what's happened to our government in the last 4 years when there's been an attempt to put people in positions that don't have experience. And so I feel that we need to make sure that we leave people in experience on those commissions to make decisions about buildings being demolished. I live in Sullivan's Gulch, and in the last few years, we've loosened the regulations. I was a realtor for 20 years, and made this area all ours to zoning. And as a result of that, several beautiful houses have been demolished. They haven't been replaced by low-income housing, but high-income housing. And especially there's one corner on 21st and Multnomah that a mega building that was, I believe, 7 stories tall, I keep trying to count, was built. And they tried to sell it as condominiums. It wouldn't sell. Now, I have a friend living there. She said at one time there was about 1/3 of it finally rented, but there was no attempt to make low-income housing there. Plus,
time is up.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Anyway, I just hope that we continue. Thank you.
Next up, we have Meg Langford, Julia Metz, and Connie Masuoka.
Hello, mayors and commissioners. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak at this late hour. I am a proud Portlander since 2005. I'm also an archives professional, so my day-to-day work involves preserving and sharing history with our community. Contrary to some perceptions, preservation and cultural memory work are not actually about preserving every single inanimate item or building. Ultimately, it's about memory keeping for the public good. Part of the public value of historical resources is to reckon with the past, and preservation should not be weaponized to trap us in an endless time loop of bad decisions or to bring back the exclusionary zoning zombie in a new set of clothes. So I support the Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon amendments. Portland is not a museum, it is a city, and it is a rapidly growing city. I urge City Council to ensure the decisions made on the HRCP are guided by the facts and what's in the public interest. Many prior testimonies have provided ample evidence for how important it is to ensure these decisions are made under democratically elected control. I've noticed some of my fellow Portlanders expressing fear and resistance to change. I think that's unfortunate. I will just draw your attention to my neighborhood of Buckman. Hundreds of additional homes have been added since the National Register District attempt failed, while remaining one of the most affordable close-in neighborhoods. It's quite vibrant. We need City Council to support density citywide. You can't stop a city from changing. You cannot stop people from moving here or stop the clock, but you can help our growing city towards a more resilient, equitable future. It's actually why I decided to become a dues-paying member of Portland Neighbors Welcome literally today, though I am here on my own behalf. So please support the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. Thanks for your time.
Next up, we have Julia Metz.
Thank you so much for sticking it out tonight. If you need to get up and stretch while I speak, I certainly will not be offended. Good evening. I'm Julia Metz, a nonprofit affordable housing developer at Catholic Charities of Oregon. As a member of Housing Oregon and its Portland Metro Policy Council, Catholic Charities wants to reiterate our support of their submitted testimony. I also want to sincerely thank our affordable housing colleagues who have thoughtfully collaborated on these requests. Among other things detailed in the Housing Oregon letter is the emphasized need for predictable and efficient review processes and criteria in order to reduce unnecessary risk to affordable housing developments and to increase the efficient provision of affordable homes. The reality is currently affordable housing developers often preemptively reduce the number of homes they propose in these areas to minimize risk, while many others don't even consider developments in these areas due to the disproportionate uncertainty of the current process. With that in mind, we echo the amendment request for affordable housing to have the option of a type 2 review process with entitled height and FAR. I also want to emphasize the high importance of near-term future funding to update historic district guidelines. Without this, many of the well-intentioned updates could be watered down. We want to provide affordable homes that are responsive to and respectful of the surrounding context. Help us do that by clearly defining what those expectations are and refining the scope of the guidelines. As we look to the future of historic designations, we want to emphasize that not only will the recommendations noted provide affordable housing in currently designated areas and structures, but it also helps ensure affordable housing can be provided in future historic resources to help prevent future displacement of vulnerable residents, taking Portland's preservation efforts in a direction that is much more equitable and responsive to the needs of all Portlanders.
And I just want to briefly touch on the comments that repurposing historic buildings is a more cost-effective way to provide affordable housing. As much as I truly appreciate creative reuse of buildings, this sadly simply is not always the case. Rather, on our project, we're currently seeing the typical cost per square foot compared to new construction is at best the same. However, the proposed changes can help make this a bit more feasible by minimizing unnecessary barriers and costly processes. Thank you.
Next up, we have Connie Masuoka.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak this evening. My name is Connie Masuoka. I am currently the board president of the Japanese American Museum of Oregon, which is located in the Old Town, Chinatown, Japantown neighborhood, historic district. And what I have a testimony that has been written testimony has been submitted, but right now I'd like to speak because of the lateness of the time and on my out of my testimony to say that I really want you to think about. I really support the HRCP, and I'd like you to actually follow it. You know, the thing is that Old Town area was developed in 1972 when Bill Nato came through and bought up the buildings here in the idea of preservation and developing this into affordable retail space and living space for people. And, you know, and it's been progressing through into the 2035 plan and the development people have all looked at it. And I'd like you to look at that and not, and go equitably and go by the rules that they've set forth, because, you know, you've already significantly damaged the area by taking down contributing buildings along Gleason, where you're also set to demolish the Yamaguchi Hotel. These are things that were set aside as contributing buildings, and they're set for demolition. They were allowed to go to waste and then go to demolition. And I think that that's unfair. It erases the cultural history of our Asian American community that's here. And I know that you're trying to go forth and help and develop more landmark spaces, but please remember that there are spaces that are designated, and please don't let those go to waste and be demolished. I'd like to put that on the record. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Tony Jordan.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tony Jordan, and I support the proposed amendments by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon, particularly the amendments regarding demolition review in National Register districts. This is such an important issue that I'm here testifying on the day I'm celebrating the 20th year of my historic marriage. So it's a great time. I served for 6 years on the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, 4 of them as chair. And while I'm proud of the work that I and my board did during my terms, which included giving a lot of input during the comprehensive plan project, I came away with a strong belief that our neighborhood associations do not and likely cannot function as truly representative bodies, and that their privileged communications and perceived legitimacy can be wielded by a few people to subvert our city's planning processes. Without amendments to expand approval criteria and predictability for demolition review, this project will create perverse incentives to create National Register districts to maintain exclusionary zoning practices. These districts will be more attractive under HRCP because they will not bring restrictions and fees for things like window replacement, solar installations, and garage demolitions, which I think is good. But the process to create them will remain undemocratic and unchecked. It will be easier to implement a National Register district than a parking permit zone. And you, as City Council, won't have any say in it at all. So let's strike a balance. We can preserve meaningful history without excluding future Portlanders from desirable neighborhoods. Please approve the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon, particularly Amendment 4. Thank you.
Next up, we have Regina Winkler, Michelle Planbeck, and Lincoln Chichel. Regina, are you able to unmute?
Hello?
We hear you.
Okay, great. I'm a longtime Portland resident, and my comments are, we have a responsibility to be stewards over Portland's great places, which are vital for the city's future success. Portland's historic neighborhoods are integral to the attractiveness and viability of Portland, rather than rows of cookie-cutter houses. Historic neighborhoods are diverse and preserve Portland's character and livability. When we preserve and rehabilitate existing buildings, we are utilizing environmentally and ecologically the most sustainable form of development. Local craft skills are promoted and local businesses supply products for those crafts, thus limiting the volume of material trucked to landfills compared to development by demolition. The treasures of the city are protected for the benefit of future generation and enjoyment of visitors and fellow residents, driving tourism and drawing in migration of diverse populations, restoring Portland's place as the #1 community in the U.S. rather than the shabby reputation which is currently marring Portland's recovery from the pandemic. The walkability of these neighborhoods cuts down on pollution and congestion in our city, as residents are not dependent on vehicles to get to business communities. A sense of community is promoted and builds a feeling of shared history. As a result, I'm in favor of the Historic Resources Code project and urge you to vote in favor with the following caveats. And these issues need to be addressed in amendments before So 1, these include evaluating compliance with historic designation. Sorry. Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Michelle Planbeck.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Historic Resources Code project this evening, Magic Wand number 143. My name is Michelle Planbeck, and I am here today representing Oregon Smart Growth. Although we appreciate the changes reflected in the proposal today that make historic preservation more financially viable, including eliminating certain on-site parking requirements, providing for housing type flexibility, and allowing for limited commercial uses in residential zones, Oregon Smart Growth has significant concerns regarding the discretionary authority on height and FAR and concerns regarding owner consent. Regarding owner consent, the proposal today is tipped too far in favor of designating properties as significant resources and may result in inappropriate and unfair designations that affect a property's value, limit the ability to make improvements, and undermine the purpose for which it was purchased. Property owners should have a say in whether their property is designated a significant resource, and we urge the city to require owner consent prior to designation. Alternatively, Portland Code could provide that a notice must be given to the property owner, and the property owner has some period of time to object to the designation. We've submitted written testimony via the MAP app that further details these concerns and solutions. A balance must be achieved to protect key historic resources, prevent abuses of the designation system aimed at limiting growth and infill, and give owners a say in whether historic designations and restrictions are applied to their property. We look forward to working with the city through the amendment process.
Sorry, lost my place here. Next up, we have Lincoln Tucho.
Hi there, folks. My name is Lincoln Tucho, and I'm a residential real estate agent here in Portland, as well as a member of the board of the Architectural Heritage Center, although I'm speaking as a private citizen. Thanks for staying late, guys. I know everybody's getting tired, myself included. I'd like to just say, I think everybody at this meeting is passionate about creating more affordable housing. And as a residential real estate agent in Portland, I can tell you that a lot of the affordable housing stock in Portland does actually reside in the older buildings and not in the new apartment complexes. And a brief comparison of rent reveals that a lot of the new apartment buildings are significantly more expensive than the older homes and apartments. And a lot of the new luxury buildings and market rate buildings that are being built are not, are not filling the gap for affordable housing. So, and a lot of the demolitions that building these new buildings has created a lot of displacement and it contributed to the homelessness situation in the city. So really, there's that. And also there, the HRCP is a wonderful document in terms of if we can reuse these buildings and have adaptive reuse, and we need to do everything we can to do that. And we can add ADUs, the greenhouse gas creation, the carbon footprint will be much less, the waste will be less. It's a green solution. But the one thing I really want to touch on at the end here is, people have been talking about, historic preservation as racist and exclusionary, and it's really not. The conservation districts, which would be created by the HRCP, are in the heart of North and Northeast Portland, which tell the story of the African-American experience in our city. And, how tragic would it be if those neighborhoods were bulldozed and replaced with sterile apartment complexes and we negated decades of African-American history? So let's just stop the name calling and the race baiting because it's counterproductive. And thank you, Brandon Spencer Hardell, and everybody who worked so hard on this. And I hope you will approve it as is and without the amendments proposed by Portland neighbors. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Rebecca Small, Tim Davis, and Chris Maricini.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Rebecca Small, and I live in Kenton. I know you've heard a lot of testimony tonight, so I will keep it short. There's no reason for the city to give a small group of homeowners the tools to forever exempt their neighborhood from participating in the difficult work of growth and change. I don't support empowering a small group of people from shifting that burden to the rest of us. So therefore, I urge you to adopt the Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon amendments. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Tim Davis. Tim, are you there? Tim, we can't hear you. Let's go under. Oh, wait, are you there, Tim?
I am disconnecting my. There we go. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, it doesn't work when I'm attached to my monitors for some weird reason. I don't get that. Anyway, yes, my name. Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Tim Davis, and I support HRCP with the caveat that we add. Oh, I can't see. That we add the critically important amendments put forth by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon, which will make HRCP more equitable, while ensuring that we can add gentle density and make housing more affordable. I'm part of the dismally low 2% of Portland residents who actually live downtown. I live in a tall tower and I support more tall towers and any other way we can multiply our density and shrink our eco footprint. We are in a climate crisis and we need to promote people and active transportation over cars. We also need more neighborhoods like the Alphabet District. Nearly all of the buildings, along with their incredibly diverse, almost random uses, would be totally illegal today. Let's see. I urge you to listen again to Joan Pettit, who was the 90th person to testify, not to mention Rebecca Small, who testified right before me. Joan's powerful testimony really said it all. Also, Sam Stuckey and the Old Town Community Association are so right about the problems that historic designation has caused Old Town for decades. And we are not going to destroy our most treasured homes and buildings. Portland will not lose its historic character and soul. Opponents have nothing to worry about, truly. Anyway, the Historic Resource Code Project is a small start to what's really needed to make sure that historic preservation status can never again be used to make neighborhoods become even more exclusive. They have had every advantage from the very moment these neighborhoods were created. And the very last thing we need is for these communities to exempt themselves from our most recent tenant reforms and pro-housing measures. Oh, and it looks like time's up. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Chris Maricini. Chris, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I got to get set. All right. Okay, it is upsetting to read about the Historic Resources Code project, which highlights the City Council's continued efforts to demolish single-family residences in Portland. This time, the city attempts more demolitions by reclassifying historic properties. Portland has a low inventory of single-family homes, with many Portlanders looking for, and I quote, a home with charm and historical elements, wood floors, and a backyard, as stated in the real estate section of the Oregonian. Unfortunately, this is just the kind of home the HRCP could demolish. As the inventory of single-family homes decreases, the prices of homes left are artificially inflated, thereby putting home ownership out of reach for many Portlanders. Because of this, the HRCP does not integrate greater equity and inclusion, as it states. It does just the opposite. It is gentrification by city design, as it causes the rich to get richer and the poor to get poorer. It denies many vulnerable Portlanders, many in the minority area and underserved populations, the opportunity to purchase a home and gain generational wealth. Remember, not everyone wants or should rent. I disagree with changing the composition of the Historic Landmarks Commission. It could easily result in a conflict of interest, allowing political and financial gains to flourish over the needs of the community. Is there any oversight or form of accountability anywhere in the code project proposal? It is hoped that the city leaders will understand the significance of historic preservation and a vision of Portland that extends beyond speculation. To me, just like the RIP, this proposal is a short-term money grab by developers. I hope you will take this into consideration. Thank you.
Next up, we have Keel Johnson, Simon Apostol, and Roger Jones.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kyle Johnson, and I'm here with my 3-year-old Lulu eating some eggs. And I'm here to voice support for the amendments for the Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. I'm also a small business owner. I started and run the bicycle valet at the bottom of the aerial tram. And one of the really important things to getting more people riding bikes is to continue to create opportunities for more density. I live in the Cully neighborhood, and olden buildings here don't have the same history as ones in our other neighborhoods, but the history that we have is just as meaningful. And I think that we should commemorate the histories of all of our neighborhoods and their residents by preserving some structures and continuing to let most of our structures evolve to build a bustling, greener, fairer city. And that's a future that's worth commemorating too. I support the project with amendments from the Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. And thank you very much for listening this whole evening.
Next up is Simon Apostol.
Hello. Good evening. Thanks for staying late, everyone. I'll try to be brief. I'd like to express my support for the HRCP proposal and the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon. I'm a former resident of Irvington, but was priced out in 2016. Even then, the cost of a one-bedroom apartment was unaffordable for a single middle-income earner with student loans. I do understand the importance of historic resources. In fact, my mom is a former employee of the State Historic Preservation Office. So I grew up with a deep appreciation of old buildings. But I've also seen how anti-housing homeowners in affluent neighborhoods like Eastmoreland and Laurelhurst have used the historic preservation process to fight affordable housing in these neighborhoods. I urge the council to reject these attempts by the wealthy, whether they view themselves as wealthy or not. If you live in a neighborhood with $1 million homes and you own one, you are wealthy. To reject these attempts to subvert RIP and take this step towards a more equitable and affordable city. We're in both a climate and housing affordability crisis, and new housing in central neighborhoods is critical to addressing both of these. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Roger Jones.
Good evening, my friends, all my friends. You guys are just really still hanging in there at this late hour. That's great. I'm Roger Jones. I'm with the Hawthorne Boulevard Business Association, and for the last 35, 40 years, I've tried to get either a historic district or a designation of some conservatory of our geographically challenged area, which fortunately we've been able to hold the ground a little bit on, but anyone who's been in the neighborhood recently knows that we're under very significant pressure. Funding is the follow the money. I'm going to say with the 2021 fall budget monitoring process in process and having identified significant one-time resources that are available, I hope that you will help fund the Cultural Resources Master Plan, the updates to the Historic Resources Inventory, and help Spencer out with some more staff to help work with volunteers and underserved communities to do the work to supply the city. We really need to work together to make everything work. And that's the big message. Could go on to other things that have been artfully covered, but the most important thing I think is to give resources to the professionals at Landmarks and the professionals like Spencer or Brandon, who is doing so much work. And it's late. Thanks for hanging in there, guys. I'll give it back.
Yeah, I also I want to thank everybody who's testifying, who have also hung in there. So thanks to all of you. Hey, Keelan, before you call the next three, could you give, or the next individual, could you give me some indication of how many folks are left?
Yeah, we have about 6.
Look at that. We're going to get through this in no time at all. Thank you, everybody, especially those of you who are at the very end of the list here. We really appreciate it.
Next up, we have Maureen Anderson, Matthew Tucker, and Josette Kacha.
Hello, my name is Maureen Anderson. I live in the Cully neighborhood. I'm a mom, a nurse, and a homeowner, and I support the Portland Neighbors Welcome and Housing Oregon amendments. Historic districting shouldn't be used to keep people out of quote unquote nice neighborhoods. The project and these amendments would do that. People who aren't wealthy should not be pushed into areas with fewer resources, with worse health outcomes. I want my 5-year-old child to be able to grow up with people that aren't exactly like him. And our neighborhood schools are not going to reflect that if places are protected, which is just another way of keeping people out that aren't like you. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Matthew Tucker.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Wheeler, commissioners. My name is Matthew Tucker, and I'm a homeowner in the Richmond neighborhood of Southeast Portland. Speaking as an individual and not as a representative of my employer or any other organization. I've been impressed with the housing reforms you all have supported and enacted in the last few years, which will extend the legacy of diverse housing styles throughout Portland to meet the needs of all Portlanders. I'm here today to express support for the goals of the HRCP and to urge you to go further to ensure that historic preservation cannot be used to exempt certain neighborhoods from those recent pro-housing, pro-tenant reforms by adopting the positive amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. I also want to endorse the testimony of many great folks from Portland Neighbors Welcome, as well as Bert Sperling, Joan Petit, Misha Sinclair, Taylor Smiley Wolf, and others. From housing affordability and homelessness to climate change to mass transit effectiveness, adding density, especially in close-in neighborhoods near and those near major transit corridors, will go a long way towards helping us meet the challenges our city faces today. If small groups of anti-housing homeowners in a given area are able to prevent any new building, neighborhood by neighborhood, all of these problems will just get worse. That is truly something that we cannot afford. The marginal loss of the character of a few neighborhoods pales in comparison to the losses we and future generations will face if we do not meet these challenges head on with the addition of gentle density through our close-in neighborhoods. I want to address the concerns from many well-intentioned Irvington residents who have testified today. In my line of work in risk management, I'm constantly thinking about the kinds of actions and outcomes certain policies and decisions will yield. When there is a situation that can be easily abused, it will be. And while I have no doubt that nearly all of the people who have testified today and are being earnest and honest when they say they welcome the evolution of Irvington, it's extremely likely that that without the amendments offered by Portland Neighbors Welcome, the National Register protection process will be wielded by just a small few to perpetuate the exclusionary practices and prevent any neighborhood change. Thank you for the time.
Next up, we have Josette Kacha.
I'm Josette Kacha, and I am a preservation specialist and architectural designer in support of the HRCP. I've been in the field for 15 years in various parts of the country. And when I moved to Oregon in 2013, I was shocked at the lack of building protection in the city of Portland relative to comparable cities across the nation. As a University of Oregon historic preservation graduate, our curriculum was ripe with local case studies. Unfortunately, many of these were on how the outdated ordinances have failed to serve both the community and to protect our historic resources. So I echo support in strengthening demolition review. Like others, the character-rich building fabric of Portland is what drew me to the area. As a renter for the past 6 years, I can attest that the housing is tough and demand is high, yes, particularly in desirable neighborhoods. In contrast, many new housing developments are isolated and soulless, both literally and figuratively, as they struggle with high vacancy rates despite competitive new tenant incentives. Not the only solution to the housing problem, the HRCP is a step forward in preserving Portland's appeal by better integrating housing needs within the historic fabric. This needs to be done through flexibility. As a self-prescribed non-purist preservationist, I distress that historic preservation does not equate to the freezing of a building in time, inhibiting design, or limiting its use. The historic house museum model is not sustainable for our everyday buildings. In fact, most of what we preserve actually considers previous alterations to a building as historic themselves. The key for this project's success is to allow for a community and its built environment to evolve together. Changes are a part of our story. So we can make history today by ushering in the HRCP while supporting building interventions that are innovative and representative of who we are now and our sustainable vision for the future. Thank you.
Next up is Robert Ball, Neil Lee, and Hong Chung Zhao.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Robert Ball. Currently, if inclusionary housing is triggered in historic districts that do not have a design overlay zone designation, no extra heights granted to offset the requirement for affordable housing. This generally makes the increased FAR unusable and is stopping the development of affordable housing on non-historic sites within many historic districts. historic districts that happen to have a design overlay zone are getting both height and FAR, but those without an overlay do not, even though both receive design review from the Historic Landmarks Commission. Therefore, I'm requesting an amendment in the mixed use zones chapter that will allow the 10-foot bonus height in historic districts if there is no contributing building on the site. This 10-foot bonus height already exists in the design overlay zones, an overlay that exists within several, but not all of our historic districts. This change would bring parity to historic zones throughout the city. Any sites affected by this amendment will still have historic resource review conducted by the Historic Landmarks Commission using the historic resource review approval criteria that are now used. Only sites with non-contributing structures would need to be eligible for height bonuses, therefore promoting the preservation of historic resources. To ensure the historic resource review approval criteria are best met, the additional height will support the Historic Landmarks Commission in having the ability to approve taller floor heights and other desirable design features. Bonus FAR granted without extra height is virtually unusable because they are designed to go hand in hand. I've submitted this request in written testimony with more in-depth supporting points, and I thank you for your consideration.
Next up is Neil Lee.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Neil Lee. I am the president of the Oregon Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association. The CCBA owns a 4-story building in the center of Old Town Chinatown. It was built in 1911 and is listed as a contributing historical building in the neighborhood and also on the National Register of Historic Places. This building and organization have contributed significantly and notable history and contributions to this city. Since 2019, the CCBA has been working on a project to conduct some badly needed repair work. The project scope is to repair a gaping hole in the rain gutter at the top of the building. In most cases, this would be considered a simple repair project. However, since the building is in a historical neighborhood with the building's historical status, the project required to go through a historical landmarks review process and building permit review. The historical review process began on November 17th, 2020, through final approval on September 29th of 2021. That's 316 days or 10 months to complete the process. Even when you take the pandemic delay into account, it's still a long time to get approval to fix a hole in the gutter, not to mention unanticipated permit fees adding up to $5,252. As an architect by profession, I do understand the need for these kind of reviews, but there needs to be a better way to understand the unique scopes of these building projects and cultural significance to provide a more equitable and streamlined way to encourage development in Old Town Chinatown, particularly to those building owners who have been historically disadvantaged. I support the proposed amendments with recommendations noted by the Old Town Community Association. Thank you for allowing me to provide testimony on this important issue. And please read my expanded written testimony for additional details. Thank you.
Next up, we have Hong Cheng Zhao.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm happy to be the last one. And my earbud just ran out of battery, so that's why I'm busy switching my. Okay, let me finish quickly and let you guys get back to your family time. My name is Hong Cheng Zhao, and the president of Oregon Chinese Coalition, and one of the 14 shareholders for One Laundry Building in Chinatown. In 2016, we came up with the idea of forming a buying group, which consisted of a dozen of Chinese community members. So we put the money together to purchase properties from Chinese owners like May and Sheikh Ota, who owned One Laundry building for decades, but the building had been vacant since 1975. The couple was willing to pass on the property to us as we had promised to preserve the legacy of the family and enrich the culture and heritage of the Chinese Americans. So when we started to draw our blueprints for the new phase of the One Laundry building, so we suffered setbacks because of lack of transparency and ambiguity of the rules and the codes during the review process. For example, when we filed the application for renovation, before we heard anything back from the review committee, the words came back from the previous owner couple with an angry question why we wanted to demolish the building. After checking around, we found out people saw the proposal mentioning removing the roof during the renovation. By definition, per the committee, it was equivalent to demolition. This episode make us feel lost as to how we wanted to move forward. So what we hope is for the Historic Landmarks Commission, they should be the advocate for the property owners instead of being just a no-sayers. For the city, they should support the property owners to improve the historical properties with the resources, which can generate a tangible and long-lasting impact for the neighborhood. Thank you so much for having me today.
All right, Mayor, I'm going to call one more person who had trouble connecting before, John Zarnicki.
All right, very good.
John, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Well, thanks very much. Hello, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. Thanks for this opportunity to testify this evening. Although a member of the Downtown Neighborhood Association Board, today I speak as an individual, a Portland architect, urbanist, and past chair of the Landmarks Commission. I support the HRCP and align myself with comments made by the DNA, the PCHR, and others who have spoken in grateful yet qualified support for the project. Three salient points come to mind: the Landmarks Commission responsibilities, historic resources inventory, and demolition by the neglect. The Commission responsibilities. Landmarks Commission responsibilities are being shifted. The proposed changes would charge the Landmarks Commission with providing advice to the Planning Sustainability Commission, who would then address the City Council. Unlike Landmarks Commissioners, Planning and Sustainability members may have little knowledge or appreciation for historic preservation and its role in genuine culturally diverse sustainability. The Landmarks Commission should be responsible for addressing the City Council directly on the creation, modification, or removal of historic conservation districts and legislative action. Update of the historic resources inventory. The HRI was last conducted in 1984. An update would bring to light possible currently eligible resources as well as those previously dismissed, yet may have potential recognition of their underrepresented cultural significance. While supporting the HRI in principle, the currently proposed language makes no provision for its accomplishment funding or any reference to require standards methodology. Professing a desire to do the work is not enough. These provisions have little meaning without a defined process and funding for the resources required to implement the survey. The last one addresses demolition by neglect. Please expand the existing notice of building and housing code violations 33.445.060 to minimize the opportunity for intentional failure to repair and maintain a historic resource, resulting in its demolition. Expanded protection, particularly for the contributing resources in historic districts, would require the BDS to issue a citation to the owner of a historic resource for failure to properly maintain the property according to specific criteria, including structural integrity and the results of being open to unregulated entry. The Historic Landmarks Commission would be notified of such citation and would be inform the owner of possibilities for penalties, public or private acquisition, and for rehabilitation assistance. Congratulations, and thanks to Brendan Spencer Hartle and PBS staff for their work. Thank you, Commission, for your stewardship and forward thinking on behalf of us all. Good night.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. So Keelan, does that complete public testimony on this item?
Yes, it does, Mayor.
All right, very good. And if we could get our legal counsel here as well. Let's talk next steps. So we have finished public testimony. So my presumption is that we will close the public record at this point, both for oral and written testimony, and that we will continue the hearing to a later date. But I want to make sure I got that right with legal counsel.
So, and Brandon, can you join me on this? It's my understanding that some folks at the hearing today had indicated an intent to submit some additional information. It's at council's discretion whether you want to leave the record open for a day or two to allow that to happen, then close it. It's my understanding that at that point, the record would be closed, staff would work on amendments, and then once the amendments are proposed and posted, the record will open again for people to provide testimony on the amendments. Brandon, you want to speak to that?
Thanks, Lindley. So Mayor, I think what we would prefer, given what I heard tonight about interest in submitting additional pieces of testimony, is if we could keep the record open until, say, Friday at 5 p.m. That would provide that opportunity and give us the weekend to sort through everything.
Yeah, good. Does anybody have any objection to that? Anybody on the city council have any objection to that? That makes good sense to me.
Great. So we would close the record, written record Friday at 5, oral record would close now, and then we would reopen the record when amendments are published on or around December 1st, and we would continue the meeting until December 15th for a hearing on those amendments.
December 15th, and is that a time certain?
I believe it is at 2 p.m. there.
2 p.m. Okay, so to review, we will keep the oral record is closed at this point. We will keep the written record open till 5 p.m. this Friday. So that's what, November 5th, 5 p.m. this Friday. We will continue this hearing to December 15th, 2 p.m. time certain. Be there. Anything else we need to discuss before we adjourn for the evening? Colleagues, any last words? I want to thank my colleagues for being here. This was a long day, you guys, but we did some great work and heard some fantastic testimony. So thank you to you, and thank you to everybody who provided testimony tonight. We've got a lot to work with. And with that, we are adjourned.